Chapter 697. Chapter 697. Is Jing one step ahead of me? Chapter 697. Is Jing one step ahead of me? Jiang Hao looked up at the person in front of him and asked softly, "If you could be free, would you return to the Heavenly Notes sect?" "Not for the time being." Feng Wei shook his head. "I decided that I needed to be strong enough before going back. I at least want the people who harassed me to see me surpassing them. My ambitions are great, but my life is fragile." Regret was evident in his words. Jiang Hao nodded. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, there were many people with great ambitions, but those who survived were few. Jiang Hao pointed a finger at Feng Wei. In an instant, all the restrictions on him were shattered. Then he fainted. With Feng Wei in tow, Jiang Hao led him to the formation. As soon as in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were back in the previous mine. Jiang Hao walked toward the exit. Not long after, he heard the sounds of a battle. Soon after, a woman staggered in. She seemed to be fleeing. She had been attacked by various spells, and she breathed weakly. Her time was running out. Jiang Hao looked at her and felt that she was very familiar. She was one of the miners from before. "I remember you. You are the one who called me the light of righteousness," he said. The woman looked up and saw Jiang Hao. She froze, and then she sat against the wall. "So, you're here," she said with a bitter smile. "What happened?" Jiang Hao asked as he approached. "We need to escape," the woman said. "Why didn't you run before?" Jiang Hao asked. The woman looked at Jiang Hao. "Because we didn't know there were good people left in this world. You made us feel different, so we wanted to help." "Is that it?" Jiang Hao asked. "Yes." The woman leaned back. "But we failed. Sometimes I feel like if you were truly our leader, I feel I could have worked here for a lifetime." "I'm sorry," Jiang Hao said. "Do you think it's because of your arrival that we're in this situation?" asked the woman with emotion. "Don't worry about it. We may seem pitiful, but we are wicked. At least we used to be. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It's just—" Jiang Hao didn't interrupt her. He listened attentively. "It's just that I'm a woman, after all, and sometimes I think that if a man were by my side to protect me from the wind and the rain when I was in despair, maybe I wouldn't have become a despicable woman deserving of 1,000 deaths." The woman looked at Jiang Hao. "Or if I had met you earlier, I might have done better." Jiang Hao looked at the woman but didn't say anything. By the time she finished speaking, her breath had weakened. She fell silent. Jiang Hao looked at her and then took her away with him. It's hard to say how long it took. Feng Wei woke up from his slumber. When he opened his eyes, he felt that the sunlight was blinding. He shielded his eyes with his hand. After a while, his eyes adapted to the light. He looked around and saw that he was on a mountain peak. It was surrounded by nothing but wilderness. "Where is this place?" Feng Wei was puzzled. At that moment, he noticed something in his other hand. He saw the heaven rejuvenating pill. "My pill!" Feng Wei was shocked and immediately started looking for Jiang Hao, but there was no sign of him. "I'm out." He found it hard to believe. However, all signs indicated that he was free. It seemed unbelievable, but deep down, he had hoped for it. Feng Wei sighed. He still didn't know who that person was. That person must be a formidable senior from some sect who only wanted to see the Xianyuan sword. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go near the Black Heaven sect. The Xianyuan sword was about to appear, and he wanted to see it. Gui spent more than a day and finally found the entrance. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a deep breath. "I'm so tired. I've worked so hard for Qiao Yi's cultivation technique." Qiao Yi was not a member of the Heavenly Spirit tribe, but she had a natural affinity with them. She could practice their techniques. So, Gui found the best technique to accelerate Qiao Yi's cultivation speed. With her resources, Qiao Yi's advancement would be extremely fast. Boom! When a stone wall was finally broken through, a fiery light burst forth. She had expected it to be hot and sudden, but it was unexpectedly soothing. Considering that it had been sealed for so many years, it should have been scorching. It truly is where the Xianyuan sword is. This is extraordinary. Baizhu couldn't help but exclaim. Then she took a step inside. As soon as she entered, she saw the bright sword at the center. Its aura was restrained, but it shone with a grandeur. The Xianyuan sword, seeing the divine artifact up close, was strange. In an instant, she snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to admire the sword. She needed to set up the core of the burning, immortal formation. She had a doubt the Xianyuan sword might have been contaminated, but it didn't seem to be. Soon, she reached the edge of the formation. When she glanced at it, she frowned in confusion. What's going on? Is the formation complete? Could it be that there's very little left to be replenished? She looked around. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. She found that not only had the formation been completed, but its power had also been fully restored. The burning immortal formation could be activated at any time. Did someone get here ahead of me? Maybe Xianyuan Tai? That's impossible. Then, who else could it be from the Black Heaven sect? Baizhu approached the central platform doubtfully to see if there were any other changes. When she got there, she was stunned. 7-star seal. The 7-star seal was a seal Senior Dan Yuan had taught them. Only 5 people from the gathering knew about it. They were Senior Dan Yuan, Xing, Lu, Jing, and herself. It's certainly not Senior Dan Yuan. Xing is in the eastern region. Lu is overseas, so Baizhu unlocked the 7-star seal and found a purple-colored bead inside. It had black mist trapped inside, which she guessed was the mist that had tainted the sword. It's Jing. Baizhu was moved. She had come all this way, while Jing had silently taken care of everything. Why did he leave behind this mist for her? Is he planning to exchange it with me for something else? After collecting the item, she carefully inspected the burning immortal formation and was shocked to discover that the things required to give the formation sufficient power were exceptionally unique. She wouldn't have time to find them and complete the formation. It is no wonder Jing seemed so busy. He was either dealing with monsters or divine artifacts. It would be strange if he wasn't constantly busy. After making sure everything was in order, Baizhu approached the Xianyuan sword. I wonder what it feels like to touch such a divine artifact. She was naturally curious about the human emperor's sword. Even though she couldn't possess it, could she at least touch it? Forgive me, but I have a small wish. I just want to touch it. Chapter 698. Chapter 698. Shang An's Intervention. Chapter 698. Shang An's Intervention. Baizhu stood before the Xianyuan sword and saw that the sword did not refuse her approach. She cautiously moved closer. Due to the sword's formidable reputation, she was very cautious. Just a touch should be fine, right? Baizhu reassured herself. With such a divine artifact before her, it would be a shame not to have at least touched it. Taking a deep breath, Baizhu crossed the distance and touched the sword's hilt. Instantly, the sword vibrated. A surge of sword intent poured out like a tidal wave. Boom! Baizhu was startled. She tried to let go, but it was already too late. Boom! The sword's intent broke free and hit her. It sent her flying backward. Then, the sword's intent gathered into a majestic figure before Baizhu's astonished eyes. At that moment, the figure turned to look at her. A single glance from this figure felt like everything pressed down on her. Baizhu was awestruck. She felt insignificant. Baizhu was flung back, and she crashed into the wall. She didn't hesitate. "Senior, please spare me." The pressure instantly disappeared. When she looked up again, there was nothing in front of her but the Xianyuan sword. Everything that had just happened felt like an illusion. Baizhu was scared and remained seated where she was. It truly is the human emperor's sword. Her cultivation realm was already quite high, but in front of the human emperor, she was like a child. If someone had approached the sword with evil intentions, they would have been killed by the Xianyuan sword just now. She was curious whether Jing had touched the human emperor's sword. He probably was curious too. I can ask him the next time we meet. She was also curious about how he had arrived here. After exploring the area, she found that there were mineral veins outside. She also discovered the formation. After a brief examination of the place, She was shocked to find that Jing had been here for a very, very long time. As for the formation, she just took one look and knew it was a teleportation formation. She had no intention of using it to go somewhere else. Meeting Jing unexpectedly would not be safe. She left by following the same path she had come from. The Xianyuan sword's emergence was proceeding smoothly, and now they were waiting for the arrival of the Grand Earth Emperor, who would resonate with the Xianyuan sword. That would be the best time for the Xianyuan sword to emerge. I wonder if senior brother Xianyuan Tai is making progress. When Baizhu left, the true dragon emerged from the Xianyuan sword. It glanced at the sword and then said, "I thought you were broken when that person pulled you out so casually earlier. It seems that you're not. That means that person was exceptional. I can't see what makes him so special, though. Is it temperament? Personality? Talent?" This question had no answer, as nobody could provide it. The inheritor of the Xianyuan sword embodied the will of the human emperor. Their ability to wield the sword signified the human emperor's approval. At the Black Heavens sect, the forces of the mountain and sea converged in the sky. In the midst of this great force, Xianyuan Tail's figure seemed like a lone boat adrift. At that point, he could only stabilize the great force, but he couldn't integrate it into his body. Even with strong individuals assisting him, it wasn't as easy as he had thought to achieve success. At that time, various sects were making preparations. Outside the sect, there were signs of the fallen immortal clan, the Saint Bandits, the end of all things, and even a spiritual aura. It was the Great Thousand God sect. These people hadn't made a move, but their pressure was attempting to subvert the great force of the mountain and sea. Inside the Black Heaven sect, members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect stood together. They assisted, but the effect was not as great as they had hoped. There were only a few people who had come to contribute, and they couldn't form a complete spiritual aura. The Black Heaven sect is still too weak. If it were one of the major sects in the southern region, it would be much easier to deal with. Zhuge Jin sighed. These forces have no intention of making a move. They just want to gain some benefit from the success or failure of this event. But even so, the Black Heaven sect is unable to suppress them. We can only rely on Xianyuan Tai. If it were someone else, they would have already failed by now, Zhuge Jin said. This person is indeed extraordinary. Do you think he will fail? Fu Dongshu asked. It's hard to say. This is not a test of strength, but a contest of the surrounding spiritual aura. It is to see how many people support him, Zhuge Jin said. In any case, it seems the situation doesn't look good for the Grand Earth Emperor, Zhuge Jin said solemnly. At the same time, members of the fallen immortal clan stood outside and absorbed the spiritual aura. They had sensed something and found a similar aura underground. They could only absorb a tiny amount at a time. It seems that our clan has learned something about this place, someone said. We mustn't make a mistake now. For now, let's focus on absorbing what we can. By the way, what about the three who left? Asked the man in the lead. One of them rescued Mi Qian, and the other two went to find Jiang Hao's junior sister. There should be good news soon, said a woman. Very well. Let them act on their own. There's no need for us to contact them too much, said the man in the lead. As the group was still planning to absorb the ancestral aura, they suddenly felt another presence. This aura was bright, like a beam of light shining upon them. It affected their progress. Shortly after, the light shone on the Black Heaven sect and helped to stabilize the great force of the mountain and sea. Who is that? They looked into the distance and saw a figure approaching. This figure was radiating a bright light. It was difficult to make out their appearance. It's the sage's light, said the man in the lead. Shang, and from the Clear Sky School. How did he end up in the southern region? Shang and was incredibly powerful, but for the immortal sex, he was a saintly person who hadn't fully matured yet. It was surprising that he was allowed to go outside. Don't confront him. There may be people from Clear Sky School around, or he might be carrying a valuable treasure. Understood. As the saint's light got closer, the spiritual auras in the vicinity avoided its sharpness. The reputation of the Clear Sky School sages had spread far and wide throughout the four regions. No one was willing to oppose them at this time. Zhuge Jin also sensed the arrival of that light and found it somewhat unbelievable. I've only heard of this person, and now I see that his reputation is well-deserved. That beam of light acted like a giant hand that protected the great force of the mountain and sea. It made things easier for Xin Yuantai. Who is that person? Zhuge Zheng asked curiously. The recent prodigy that the Clear Sky School recruited. His arrival likely represents Clear Sky School. That's why no one dares to confront him. This also gives Xin Yuantai a better chance. However, he alone is enough to exude such a strong aura. He should be able to ascend to the immortal ascension platform at any time. Furthermore, he must have a valuable treasure with him, Zhuge Jin said. So, does that mean the Grand Earth Emperor will be able to appear finally? Fu Dongxiu asked. Zhuge Jin looked up and whispered. The great force of the mountain and sea has stabilized, but absorbing it is still extremely difficult. There aren't enough people who can do it without the Dragon Clan. We'll have to see what the Black Heaven sect has prepared. The people of the Black Heaven sect were overjoyed. The appearance of that light gave them confidence. At that moment, an elderly man took out a dragon pearl. This was something Enoch Maria at an Umigmame cost on a drowned dak from overseas. Senior, it's up to you now. I'm just a shadow using the dragon pearl. It's not certain whether this will succeed. It's a pity that my true self can't leave Chaos Stone Island. Otherwise, I could contribute much more. Senior, don't worry about it. Just do your best and let fate decide the rest. Chapter 699. Chapter 699. The true body of the true dragon is needed. Chapter 699. The true body of the true dragon is needed. Outside the Black Heaven sect, Feng Wei watched from afar. He dared not get too close because there were too many different auras around, and he feared for his life. However, a scene like this was something that happened once in a lifetime. Although he had reached the Foundation establishment realm, he was ultimately an insignificant figure in the entire cultivation world. He toiled day by day for a meager amount of spirit stones. Dissatisfaction burned within him. He was unwilling to fade away. However, wanting to become stronger based solely on momentum was useless. He needed to put in the effort, and with his shallow foundation, he was walking on thin ice. One misstep, and he would meet his end with no one left to even collect his corpse. "There's someone here," said a voice behind him. Feng Wei was startled. He hadn't noticed anyone approaching. He wondered if he should flee. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him. It was a young man who looked playful. "Your clothes seem a bit tattered," he said with a smile. Greeting, Senior," said Feng Wei in fear. "Oh, don't be like that. I'm just passing by and was curious about you, so I asked. I don't know what you've done or plan to do, but I don't intend to pry," the man said. "Senior, you're too carefree. That's why we've been searching for junior brother Shang Un and senior brother Lu Yun for so long," said a graceful woman in annoyance. "Yes, you said he would help us find them. It seems you just let us here aimlessly," said another young man. "Shang'an is here, isn't he? Besides, do you really have to call him junior brother? Who among you is stronger than he?" said the man in front of Feng Wei lazily. "I am Xiedong Nan from the Clear Sky School. What's your name?" Xiedong Nan looked at the person in front of him. I'm Feng Wei from the Heavenly Notes sect," Feng Wei said with a bow. The Clear Sky School was the strongest immortal sect. How could someone from there appear here? "We came here because we saw senior brother Shang'en's light," said a young woman. The four of them had secretly left their sect to come and see Shang'en. Since they couldn't see him within the sect, they had come out to take a look. Now that they saw the sage's light, they were deeply moved. Truly, it was clear that the disciple recruited by the elders from across the two regions had extraordinary talent. Countless elders wept in secret for not getting to recruit him first. "We can't approach now, so we can only watch from here. But for the Grand Earth Emperor, we still need to contribute. If we don't see him, it's fine. But if we do and refuse to contribute, That would be unacceptable, Xiaodongnan said. How can we help? Someone asked. Bring out your treasures, and I'll do it. Xiaodongnan was excited. There's even the aura of the mountain sea sword sect here. How pathetic that an immortal sect like us has to remain hidden here. If they see the grandeur of the most powerful immortal sect, they'll grind their teeth in fear. Aren't you usually very carefree? Why do you suddenly want to compete, Senior? Said a white-robed woman. Carefree? Senior brother is very competitive, said the other young man. He actually is. The young woman nodded. Feng Wei watched them as they summoned their magical treasures, and then the one in front of him emitted an overwhelming aura. This immense aura echoed and protected the great force of the mountain and sea. The sudden involvement of Clear Sky School left the Black Heaven sect overjoyed. The members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect were also astonished. The Clear Sky School's disciples had come to join in the fun as well. Other forces had no choice but to withdraw once more. It seemed that no one wanted to fight at this moment. They just wanted the benefits. At that moment, an elderly person in the Black Heaven sect looked at the dragon pearl he was holding. Senior, it's up to you now. Very well, said the true dragon. Then a phantom soared into the sky. The might of a true dragon helped Xianyuan Tai to accommodate the great force. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. At last, the great force of the mountain and sea began to be absorbed. Everyone looked up at the sky and awaited the final result. Beneath them, Yinshang felt quite emotional. The Grand Earth Emperor is truly formidable. Senior sister, you aren't bad either. If it weren't for the Xianyuan bloodline's advantage, they wouldn't be as good as you, said a young woman next to Yinshang. Yinshang chuckled. Don't make wild claims. That person is still young. When he reaches my age, he might become stronger than me. In my view, you are the strongest, said the young woman. You have sparred with so many powerful people and defeated each one. I wonder if he will succeed, said Yinshang. I feel like many powerful individuals are watching from outside. I wonder if they will take action, said the young woman. They won't. These people all have their own purpose, and whether the Grand Earth Emperor succeeds or not doesn't affect them, Yinshang said. The Grand Earth Emperor indeed has a great reputation, but you aren't bad either. Many people recognize and respect your talent, senior sister. Yinshang smiled. At that moment, the great force of the mountain and sea was shrinking. Fu Dongxue was surprised. That is a true dragon. Although it's not the main body, will it still be enough? It's hard to say. We have to see what happens next, Zhuge Jin said. Everything was proceeding smoothly, especially after the Clear Sky School's involvement. It made people wary. I feel like the Clear Sky School has surpassed us, Zhuge Jin said. In an instant, people around him all looked over in resentment. Zhuge Jin was speechless. For his sect, they didn't want to compete with others. However, when it came to the Clear Sky School, the Bright Moon sect, and the Astronomical Academy, competition was unavoidable. Baizhu walked out of the Sun Moon Peak. She walked to Qiao Yi. How is it going? I think it's going well. Qiao Yi briefed her on everything that had happened. Sage's Light? Shang'an from the Clear Sky School is here. He really is in the southern region, Baizhu said. Shang'an, Qiao Yi didn't recognize the name. Do you remember why I only called myself the #1 genius of the royal family, instead of an unrivaled genius? Baizhu asked. Because there was an unrivaled genius who achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qiao Yi said in confusion. Yes, that is one of the unrivaled geniuses. The other one is that person right there. Shang'an, the extraordinary genius, said Baizhu. Initially, she didn't know how powerful Shang'an was. Now, it seemed unbelievable. Even if they stood in the same realm, the difference was extraordinary. It's incredible that a true dragon is helping out, but Baizhu looked at the great force of the mountain and sea. She felt that this was somewhat different from when Chu Jie had been there. It seemed to be less smooth. Even with Chu Jie here, there would be problems. The Grand Earth Emperor would face some issues anyway. Not long after, the phantom of the true dragon began to falter. The great force of the mountain and sea became heavy as if it could suppress everything. "No, the true body needs to be here," said the true dragon. The message resonated everywhere. Everyone's faces turned pale. Xinyuan Tai, at this moment, was in even worse shape. If not for his strong willpower, he wouldn't have been able to endure it this long. "What should we do?" an elder from the Black Heavens sect asked. It seemed like nothing could solve the problem. They could only stall for time. At the same time, Shally followed a scent to the outside of the Black Heavens sect. She had lost the gift she bought for her senior brother and had run away on her own. "Where is it?" Shally pouted and looked around. "Are you looking for this?" Two people walked out of the woods. They surrounded Shally. One of them held a box of pastries. "Thief!" Shally was infuriated. She had thought her gift had grown legs and ran away on its own, but it turned out that it had been stolen. How infuriating. Chapter 700. Chapter 700. Is Jing here to help? Chapter 700. Is Jing here to help? Shally looked at the two people in front of her. It was a middle-aged man and a relatively young woman. They both looked not very pleasing to the eye. "That's a gift from my senior brother," Shally said. "So?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. "Give it back." Shally reached out her hand. "You can have it back if you come with us," said the middle-aged man. "You want me to listen to thieves like you?" Shally glared at them. "Get back to me. If not, I'm going to get angry." Boom! The woman flicked her finger and turned the pastries into powder. "Don't waste your time with her," she said. Shally stomped her foot in anger. "Those are my pastries. I'm furious now." "Angry? What use is it for you to get angry here?" The woman stepped closer to Shally. "You are just at the Foundation establishment realm. Soon, you'll realize how small you really are." The woman approached Shally. She was ready to use her power to suppress her and take her away. However, as she got closer, a blue light suddenly flashed. Boom! A barrier of light blocked her hand. That surprised her. In an instant, a fist struck her in the face. She was sent flying. She rolled several times on the ground and stood up. She hadn't expected to be humiliated like this. "You're looking for trouble." She charged again. This time, her aura erupted in a powerful force. This little girl had to pay for her humiliation. "You thief! You want to fight me?" Shally swung her fist without any reservation. The dragon pearl on her neck kept releasing blue energy, which covered her entire body. The attacks from the woman barely made an impact, as they were all neutralized by the blue light. Boom! Shally sent the woman flying again with a punch. "This girl is strange. Let's team up," said the middle-aged man. "I'll kill you." The woman was furious. She was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, but had been punched twice by this little girl who was only in the Foundation establishment realm. "Don't you move." Before the middle-aged man could say anything, he was sent flying. "I'll beat you both up," Shally said furiously. The middle-aged man was also furious. How could a Foundation establishment realm kid be so strong? A few rounds later, they found themselves beaten up. Shally had suffered no injuries at all. "Don't hold back. Suppress her with full force, even if she dies," said the middle-aged man. They couldn't delay. Soon, both of them unleashed all their power and even used their magical treasures. This time, they didn't hold back. They intended to overwhelm Shally. The power was incredibly intense, and Shally instinctively shielded her eyes. "Here's our chance." The two leaped from the sky and descended with overwhelming force. It seemed like their power could crush everything below. At that moment, the dragon pearl emitted an unprecedented blue light that snu up Hilo sky. A dragon roar echoed. The giant dragon's shadow pierced the heavens and stirred the winds and clouds. Under the shadow of the dragon, the two formidable opponents turned to ashes. They never dreamed that they would die without even knowing how. Inside the Black Heavens sect, Zhuge Jin frowned. "It seems we can't do it." The dragon Phantom W in the sky had exhausted its strength, and Xinyuan Tai was struggling. "What if we endure it a bit longer?" Fu Dongshu asked. "I don't know. I've never seen this before. It's too hard to succeed." Zhuge Jin sighed. Is there a true dragon anywhere? There's a phantom here, which means that the Black Heaven sect is already very impressive, Zhuge Jing said. The others didn't argue. Indeed, that was the case. Even for their own sect, it might not be easy to find a phantom of a dragon, let alone a true dragon. There were no true dragons in the world today. Even if there were, it was a well-kept secret. They could only find some traces of dragons in certain ruins. Although the Grand Earth Emperor has appeared, it's a pity it's not easy to complete the process. Fu Dongxue sighed. Outside, Xie Dongnian also fell helpless. It all depended on luck now. If luck wasn't on their side, it would be too difficult for the Grand Earth Emperor to appear. Even if luck was on their side, success wasn't guaranteed. They had come here unexpectedly and had tried their best. Princess, is this going to fail? Xiao Yi asked. Not yet. There should still be something, Bai Zhu said. What? Xiao Yi asked in confusion. A person, Bai Zhu said. What kind of person? Someone who made a move during the attainment of the heavenly Tao. Foundation establishment. He might help the Grand Earth Emperor as well. Is this person very strong? At the very least, I haven't found him to be weak. When will he take action? I don't know, but if a blue or purple energy appears, it'll be him. Purple or blue. But there's no sign of... Before Xiao Yi finished her sentence, a blue beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. This sudden change caught everyone's attention. The dragon's roar shook everything, and a giant dragon's figure soared into the sky. It shook the heavens and earth. The dragon's might covered all directions. In an instant, it crushed and shattered all surrounding auras. The true dragon phantom halted in the sky. With a single glance, it stabilized the great force of the mountain and sea, and Xian Yuan Tai's process of assimilating the force became smooth and swift. The earlier true dragon's phantom lowered its head in awe. This sudden appearance of the dragon shocked not only the Black Heaven sect, but also the various other major powers in the vicinity. Smiling Sansheng, the people from the Great Thousand Gods sect immediately thought of that name. In a split second, everyone from the Great Thousand Gods sect began to retreat. Bai Zhu was stunned. It's a true dragon. She initially thought it might be purple energy, but now it seemed that everything was under Jing's control. The thing had been lured out by the rise of the Xinyuan clan, and it was here to repay the favor. How far can he see? Bai Zhu wondered. Xiao Yi was astounded. It's really happening. It's blue. The princess knew far more than she had expected. At the same time, in the woods, Xiao Li opened her eyes, and the beam of light disappeared. The true dragon's phantom also vanished without trace. Where are they? Xiao Li looked around, but found no one. She stomped her foot in frustration. Darn it, they stole my stuff and ran away. Who stole what from you again? A clear and melodious voice sounded from behind her. Xiao Li was startled. She turned around to see a figure in a red and white dress standing behind her. Sister-in-law. Xiao Li ran toward her in joy. Why are you here? Where's my senior brother? Hong Yuye was here. Chapter 701. Chapter 701. All that belongs to senior brother belongs to senior sister too. Chapter 701. All that belongs to senior brother belongs to senior sister too. Where's my senior brother? Xiao Li held on to Hong Yuye's arm and looked around. Hong Yuye watched Xiao Li, but didn't stop her from holding onto her hand. Your senior brother isn't here. Huh? Senior brother is so irresponsible. He doesn't accompany you when you go out. Hong Yuye looked at the girl in front of her, then lifted the dragon pearl around her neck to examine it. However, the dragon pearl showed some reluctance. Is this yours? Hong Yuye asked. This is senior brother's, Xiao Li said. Whatever is his is also yours. So, this can be yours too, senior sister. Hong Yuye raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Li. Then she smiled. You're different from your senior brother. Xiao Li was puzzled. How so? Hong Yuye didn't answer her. 9 out of 10 things Jiang Hao told were lies, while Xiao Li was different. Every word she said was said with sincerity. What did you say was stolen? Hong Yue let go of the dragon pearl and asked. I bought a gift for my senior brother, but it was stolen and the thieves ran away, Xiaoli said in annoyance. Is that so? Hong Yue raised her head and looked at the ashes on the ground. At that moment, a loud rumbling sounded from the sky. A figure stood there like an unshakable mountain. Wow, so tall. Who is it? Xiaoli asked curiously. He's the Grand Earth Emperor, Hong Yue said. The spirit beast said that if anyone takes its name, even the Grand Earth Emperor will be good to them, said Xiaoli in awe. Hong Yue smiled. Then, she took Xiaoli and left. Greeting, Senior. I'm Xian Xin from the Black Heaven sect. Welcome, said a voice respectfully from afar. Hong Yue didn't pay any attention to it and continued leading Xiaoli into the sect. On the way, Xiaoli talked with her happily. Senior sister, I've prepared a gift for you too. Really? What is it? Delicious pastries. It's especially delicious. Especially delicious. Yes, you should taste them. Here, take one. Give them to your senior brother. Senior sister, you are too good to him. At the same time, someone from a distance requested an audience, but none of them received a response. No one dared to approach recklessly. The imposing aura was enough to intimidate everyone. In the sky, Xianyuan Tai had completely absorbed the great force, and he now had a completely new outlook. He could even sense the presence of the Xianyuan sword under his feet and could resonate with it at any moment. Looks like junior sister by Zhu succeeded, after all, he said. Xianyuan Tai calmed his breath and began communicating and resonating with the Xianyuan sword. Many people were puzzled, and some of the Black Heaven sect's elders couldn't understand why he didn't come down despite his success. Remaining in the sky was very dangerous as it made him an easy target. To some, Xianyuan Tai was still just a soul ascension realm cultivator. In the eyes of many, he still seemed weak. Zhuge Jin and the others understood the reason. It seems that the Xianyuan sword is about to emerge. It will be interesting to see how profound the sword's intent is. In fact, the members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect were somewhat reluctant. They weren't disapproving of the human emperor, but rather the sword's intent itself. This was because there was a record in their sect that said the sword of the human emperor could break through the 9 heavens, suppress the earth, and overturn the world with a single strike. The sword was the ultimate weapon. Various records showed that the human emperor was never a sword cultivator. As sword cultivators themselves, they didn't want to be suppressed by someone who wasn't a sword cultivator at all. Not everyone had come here for that reason. Some came to witness the sword intent of the great sword of the human emperor. Regardless of the reason, they would now achieve their goals. In the distance, Bai Zhu was prepared and started to imprint the sword's intent of the Xianyuan sword. Qiao, he helped her. Annie Qiao, this matter concerns your future. You must be careful, Bai Zhu said to her. What? Qiao, he was puzzled. Bai Zhu didn't say anything more, but simply advised her to stay focused. Outside the Black Heaven sect, the fallen immortal clan also felt it. The aura was obvious, and they had gained quite a bit from it. However, they could sense that everything in the world was now vying for this energy. As for the great Thousand God sect, they retreated. They had no reason to stay now that the event had passed. As for the Clear Sky School, they were also not taking action, but were just watching the sky. Xief Dongnan was puzzled. What's going on? If you don't know, senior brother, how could we? Said the white-robed woman as she took back her magical treasure. They were actually quite curious about the dragon's shadow, just now, but didn't dare approach recklessly. After some thought, Feng Wei said, it might be the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword? Xie Dongnan was astonished. How much do you know about it, friend? The Xianyuan sword is right beneath the Black Heaven sect, and it was suppressing something. It can't appear easily, Feng Wei said. What is the great Earth Emperor waiting for? Asked the young woman. Because there is a formation near the Xianyuan sword, which most likely can destroy the suppressed entity, Feng Wei said. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light appeared beneath Xianyuan Tai. The light extended from the mountain to the sky and revealed a formation in the air. That is indeed a formation. Xiaodongnan frowned slightly. What kind of formation is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Several people looked at Feng Wei. Feng Wei felt lucky that he had asked the senior from before. It's called the Burning Immortal Formation. Burning Immortal Formation? Exclaimed the young woman. I know that formation. It was created by the human race. Well, it said that the one who created this formation was an extremely talented formation master from the Heavenly Spirit tribe. He joined the human race where the human emperor appeared and devoted himself to studying formations. Eventually, he completed the Burning Immortal Formation during the war between humans and immortals, and it brought devastation to all sides. This is the first time I've seen this formation. How do you know about it? Smack. Xiaodongnan gave a young woman's head a soft smack. These are adult matters. Don't ask too many questions, child. The younger woman glared at her senior brother, but remained silent. The older one turned to Feng Wei. Do you know what the Xianyuan sword looks like? It's radiant and gleaming, with a golden luster, Feng Wei said without hesitation. The group exchanged glances. They found it unbelievable. According to the records, no one had seen the true form of the Xianyuan sword in countless years. This person not only knew about the Burning Immortal Formation, but also knew that the sword was located beneath the Black Heaven sect. He even knew what the sword looked like. It meant that this person had seen the sword already. We're planning to travel to the southern region. Would you like to guide us? Of course, when we return, we can take you with us. We can take you to the Clear Sky School. We, as disciples, cannot recruit you, but we can take you to learn from the seniors. The sect approves that. If you have extraordinary talent and a good temperament, there's a chance you might become an outer sect disciple. Feng Wei was astounded. At that moment, he understood what it meant to encounter a noble person. His life had changed since meeting that senior. It was only possible for him to accept this opportunity because of that person. If he went along with them and even just traveled with them, that would be an incredible opportunity in itself. He was filled with gratitude. He now realized what a stroke of luck he had encountered. In a time of despair within the sect, someone had extended a helping hand to him. When hope seemed lost in the mine, someone appeared and pulled him out. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best to be an efficient guide, he said gratefully. Now that his path had become smoother, he had to give it his all. Chapter 702. Chapter 702. The white blade was tainted red as it came out of the back. Chapter 702. The white blade was tainted red as it came out of the back. Xianyuan Tai slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he had a smile on his face. Some people had come because of his identity as the Grand Earth Emperor, while others came for the Xianyuan sword. In principle, they shouldn't have brought out the sword at this time to keep it safe. But, as the Grand Earth Emperor, how could he just hide? Once one became a sovereign, they had to stand tall and proud. Even if he died, he couldn't bow down to anyone. With determination in his heart, he reached out his right hand and grabbed something. His voice echoed in all directions. Senior, thank you for your patience. The world will cheer for your arrival. Come. As Xianyuan Tai's palm closed, a golden light shot into the sky. Countless swords intent shattered through layers of rock and illuminated the 8 directions. It caused a commotion throughout the world. The golden sword intent reached 9 heavens and suppressed the mountains and seas. Numerous treasures shook, and spiritual energy was difficult to circulate. The entire Black Heaven sect was covered by this golden sword's intent. At that moment, both the disciples and elders of the sect finally realized that the human emperor's sword was about to appear. With the emergence of the sword's intent, the burning immortal formation erupted. Numerous auras appeared, but none could surpass the sword's intent. People from the Mountain Sea Sword sect were deeply shocked by the ancient and vast sword intent. It made them feel small. Other powerful individuals felt the same way. The sage's light dimmed. Everything in the world withdrew to avoid the sharpness of the sword's intent. The Saint Bandits sighed wearily and turned to leave. The human emperor's sword had slaughtered numerous immortal beings. Baizhu was excited. It's here. It's here. Finally, it's complete. Amidst the shock of countless people, the entire mountain peak shattered, and a golden sword emerged from it. The sword flew toward Xianyuan Tai and finally landed in his hand. Xianyuan Tai smiled as he gripped the sword. He was finally about to begin the sword's test. At that moment, the sword's intent exploded and illuminated the heavens and earth. Everyone lowered their heads. They were unable to look directly at it. Baizhu's magical treasure lit up and successfully imprinted the sword's intent. She also noticed that the sword's intent enveloped Xianyuan Tai. He was surrounded by layers upon layers of rocks. Until he completed the test, he would remain there. Baizhu shook her head. She had touched it just a bit and got injured, but someone was about to start the test holding that very same sword. She felt that it was too discriminatory. It's indeed shining with golden light, said Xie Dongnan in emotion. Senior brother, something big is happening, said the white-robed young woman. What's going on? Shang and is missing. On the other side, the fallen immortal clan, who had gathered enough aura, decided to leave. What about Jiang Hao? The leader asked. I don't know. We have lost contact with those two. It's likely that things have taken a turn for the worse. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's head back. All right. At the Heavenly Notes sect, in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao returned to his house. He immediately checked his interface. I've advanced so quickly. After mining so much, he was still far from full. But after polishing the Xianyuan sword, he was almost there. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. After that, he took out the heavenly sword. If I don't use it for a year or two, will I also produce many blue bubbles from cleaning it? The heavenly sword should be no different from the Xianyuan sword. It was a shame that he couldn't wait for 100 years without using the sword. After all, he might encounter many dangers on the way. The heavenly sword was extremely powerful. Jiang Hao walked to the courtyard. He found that no one had taken care of the courtyard for a long time, and it looked messy. In the past, when the spirit beast was still here, it took care or everything. But now that the spirit beast had gone to the Black Heaven sect with Shaoli, the courtyard was deserted. He thought of tidying it up, but he was still assumed to be outside the sect. So, he couldn't hide here. It would be better to go outside to check the situation and then report back. After a short while, Jiang Hao reached the outskirts of the sect and found a senior brother in charge. He reported his name, which surprised the senior brother. After reporting, you can go back and rest, said the senior. Jiang Hao learned that the Heavenly Notes sect now had the upper hand in the battle, so they didn't need people in lower cultivation realms to take risks. If he hadn't returned, the people from the law enforcement hall would have gone out to search. It took some time, but Jiang Hao reported everything. He told the senior that he had been through many difficulties and had been forced to work in the mines. He had to exert a great deal of effort to escape. The people from the Heavenly Notes sect did not doubt this, because it was common knowledge that captives were forced to work in the mines. Jiang Hao wasn't worried if they asked more questions. He had indeed gone to work in the mines. Finally, Jiang Hao asked about senior brother Yu Dahong. He learned that Yu Dahong had disappeared, just like him. Only senior sister Ning Shuang had returned. This piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity. He had checked the surroundings at that time. There weren't any other enemies around. Ning Shuang didn't have the ability to kill Yu Dahong either. So, how did he disappear? Jiang Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Perhaps they had encountered something unusual. After settling the matters, Jiang Hao returned to his residence. On the way, he wanted to figure out what had happened. He secretly found senior sister Ning Shuang. When he reached a secluded place, he revealed himself. When she saw him, she was somewhat surprised. As senior brother Jiang, you're back. He appraised her. Jiang Hao just wanted to see if she had any information on Yu Dahong. Jiang Hao was stunned. He felt enraged. Senior brother Yu Dahong was a good person. You should have been able to see that he wouldn't have harmed you in any way, said Jiang Hao. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Ning Shuang looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. I know I shouldn't have run away, but my cultivation realm is low, and I really had no choice. But I do know where senior brother Yudahong might be. Just before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao appeared in front of her and stabbed her with his longsword. The white sword was tainted red as it came out of her body from the back. Do you know why I appear to you just outside the sect? It washed UST in case I had to do this. Chapter 703. Chapter 703. I'm just trying to save myself. Chapter 703. I'm just trying to save myself. Ning Shuang felt the pain and looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Are you not a good person? She asked. The person in front of her was not a cruel person, or so she thought. Considering his actions in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, he had always been kind, and people could easily manipulate him. She thought that even if he returned alive, it would be easy to deal with him. But she never expected that he would attack her as soon as they met. You've disappointed me, Jiang Hao said coldly. You're clearly not a good person, Ning Shuang said. Like senior brother Yudahong? Jiang Hao asked in response. How do you know? Ning Shuang asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer. Did I do something wrong? Ning Shuang looked at Jiang Hao. This is a demonic sect, and I can't afford any trouble. What's wrong with wanting to make myself safer? Did I do something wrong? No. Jiang Hao shook his head. Then, why did you attack me? Ning Shuang asked. Because Jiang Hao hadn't finished speaking when a light shot up into the sky with a distress signal. Jiang Hao looked up and saw his own name on it. How dare you try to kill me? I prepared this in advance to prevent you from suppressing me, Ning Shuang said as she looked at Jiang Hao with a cold smile. You talk too much and are too slow in deciding things. You gave me time. Even if I die, you can't escape. It's the same outside or inside the sect. The law enforcement hall didn't investigate you before because there was no information and there was no need to search for it. Now that everyone has seen it, they have no choice but to investigate. Do you want to tell you why I attacked you? He asked. When will this cycle of revenge end? We have no personal disagreement. Let's just forget about it. We can pretend not to know each other, Ning Shuang said softly. Jiang Hao only asked, when do you think the sex people will arrive? You should trust the law enforcement hall's efficiency, Ning Shuang said with confidence. Jiang Hao nodded and waited quietly. Ning Shuang was puzzled, but willing to wait. Even though she was bleeding, it wouldn't take long for her to recover. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao looked at his junior sister. She had bled out too much. It seems you miscalculated, junior sister. Ning Shuang was shocked. Jiang Hao didn't explain further. He approached her, swung his sword, and beheaded her. After retrieving the storage treasure, he set her body on fire. Once everything had burned to ashes, Jiang Hao put away the heavenly cauldron and disappeared into the woods at the edge of the cliff. He moved at an incredible speed. In the end, he found nothing there. With a sigh, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in his living room. It hadn't even been a day, but he had changed the golden ring again to ensure he hadn't escaped toward today. Now, he changed it again, just in case. This time, there didn't seem to be any immediate tasks in the sect. He would wait for the conflicts outside to be resolved. So far, the main task was to make sure the Spirit Her Garden was okay. He needed to check the situation there. If Cheng Cho could single-handedly handle the garden, that would be great. If the Cliff Master called him to do something else, that wouldn't be good. As the day gradually darkened, Jiang Hao wasn't sure about the current situation of the Black Heaven sect. Whether Xinyuan Tai had become the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xinyuan sword had reappeared was still unknown. He could only wait for the gathering to begin and see what Gue would say. The next day, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden. As soon as he entered, he sensed chaos. There were far fewer people than he had expected, and most of them were outer sect disciples. Why is it so disorganized here? Jiang Hao asked one of the outer sect disciples. Senior brother Jiang Hao, you're finally back. Senior brother Ching Cho is overwhelmed. There's a spy in the Spirit Herb Garden who has damaged a lot of spirit herbs. In addition to the sect's needs, we're also facing losses. We're constantly being questioned. To avoid more trouble for the Spirit Herb Garden, Senior Brother Ching Cho is personally apologizing to everyone, but we still don't know how to resolve the issue, especially since the other seniors from his sect are not here. Jiang Hao was surprised. The seniors might have been sent to fight like him. The other primordial spirit realm seniors were absent, so Cheng Cho was facing some difficulties. It was understandable, as there were significant losses of spirit herbs, and it should have been the responsibility of the seniors to handle the issue. However, since the seniors were not present, Cheng Cho had to take on the burden. Jiang Hao had returned, and the responsibility for resolving these issues now fell on him. The personal loss could be compensated, but it would be awkward if the loss had embarrassed others. Moreover, it was also a bit of Cheng Chao's fault for allowing such a serious breach to occur. Even if Jiang Hao wasn't here, he would still be responsible for it. Inside the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao could feel the tension and panic among both the ordinary people and outer sect disciples, who were exhausted. After some thought, Jiang Hao approached one of the ordinary non-cultivators. He patted the person softly on the shoulder. The person was so scared that they didn't dare to move and immediately knelt on the ground. "It's me," Jiang Hao said calmly. The person was a teenager. He must be around 13 or 14 years old. He froze as he turned to look at Jiang Hao. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. "Greeting, immortal elder," said the boy. "Go back and rest. Come back to work tomorrow," Jiang Hao said. He not only sent this person away, but almost a third of the others as well. He also told a dozen or so outer sect disciples that they didn't have to come here to work anymore. They were already short-handed, so no one could understand Jiang Hao's decision, but no one dared to question them. Jiang Hao didn't explain himself to anyone. In fact, the reason was quite simple. There were 3 people among those he had sent away who seemed a bit strange, so he simply got rid of them. The Spirit Herb Garden and those in it began to calm down. Ching Cho was even more excited and rushed to report to Jiang Hao about the situation. The most damage was done to the 100 Bones forest spirit herbs. Many valuable spirit herbs were damaged. The 100 Bones forest. Yes, the herbs that senior sister Lian Qin brought here. Lian Qin and Bai Yi, Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to ask, he felt the stone tablet vibrate. Was this a call for a gathering? He needed to visit the Lawless Tower as soon as possible to check the situation there. He still had most of the day ahead. Chapter 704. Chapter 704. I admit I lost my temper. Chapter 704. I admit I lost my temper. The situation at the Lawless Tower wasn't something Jiang Hao needed to concern himself with. However, based on what Gui and Liu had mentioned earlier, it was possible that Yin Zichen might be at the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao needed to confirm this to complete both Liu and Gui's tasks. This would mean he would have 3 rewards in total. But the matter with the 100 Bones forest needed immediate attention. An undercover agent among the ordinary people? Jiang Hao was quite surprised when he heard Cheng Chao's report. He had inspected all the ordinary people, so there shouldn't be an undercover agent among them. However, there was a major problem. These ordinary people were just that ordinary. If any cultivator found them, it could be disastrous. Even as a cultivator, he had to be extremely cautious to survive. Yes, the person seemed strange. In the morning, he told me he wanted to go home for a visit. I suggested waiting for you to return to ask for permission. But in the afternoon, he destroyed many spirit herbs, Cheng Cho said. Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment. What about the others? Were they harmed? No, not a single one. It was strange because that person seemed to be intentionally finding places where no one was around to destroy the spirit herbs. His body then exploded. Cheng Cho was puzzled. Do you have any information about that person? Yes. After the sect is done with the battle, go and visit his home. Understood. Cheng Cho didn't know what his senior brother was planning, but whatever it was, he would do it. I'll go to the 100 Bones forest and also visit the people from other branches tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. Cheng Cho breathed a sigh of relief. With Jiang Hao here, it seemed like any problem could be solved effortlessly. With a third of the workforce reduced, it was a concern. But if Jiang Hao was, Is there any problem with your cultivation? Jiang Hao asked. Cheng Cho mentioned some minor issues, and Jiang Hao spent some time addressing them before tending to the spirit herbs. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Lawless Tower. There are the usual guards there. It seems that the fight outside hasn't affected this place. I wonder if he just returned or has been here all along. Jiang Hao looked at the senior brother who always guarded this place. With the sect situation improving in his own return, others might also come back. It wasn't the right time to ask about that. He made his way to the 5th floor. On the 5th level, Heavenly King Hai Luo chuckled. Who can make me do things? I'll teach people when I want to. Do you think the people of the Lawless Tower can force me to do anything at all? What about your master? Nangong Yu asked. My master? Heavenly King Hai Luo burst into laughter. My master? What a joke. I am at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. What can a golden core realm cultivator do to me? Even if I'm a prisoner, a golden core realm cultivator would have to kneel before me. My master, you say? Are you serious? A glance from me, and he would. Zhuang Yuzhen coughed twice. Old scum, why are you coughing? Heavenly King Hai Luo asked. Don't you believe me? You can bring someone here, and I'll make him kneel. When Heavenly King Hai Luo looked toward the door, he froze on the spot. A man was standing in front of his cell. He looked as calm and humble as ever. It was Jiang Hao, who had just arrived on the 5th floor. Heavenly King Hai Luo, I see that you are as majestic as ever, said Jiang Hao. Heavenly King Hai Luo slowly retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly. Did you hear all that? He asked. I did. Jiang Hao nodded. How much did you hear? Hai Luo asked. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Everything that you said after you began, with my master? Ha ha! Heavenly King Hai Luo burst into a hearty laughter. He showed neither fear nor worry. He was only now aware that the man they feared was standing before them. On the other hand, Wu Yang noticed that this was the person they had been wary of all along. However, Heavenly King Hai Luo still maintained his kingly demeanor. A king was always a king, no matter how he looked at it. But this golden core realm cultivator didn't seem all that special. When he was about to ask further, there was a loud bang. He turned to see that Heavenly King Hai Luo was kneeling on the ground. I admit I lost my temper just now. My voice was a bit loud. I can still be quiet. Jiang Hao was speechless. How did it come to this? There wasn't really anything he could threaten Heavenly King Hai Luo with. He hadn't even seen Miao Anxian when he went to the Abyssal Sea. If Heavenly King Hai Luo had given up on Miao Anxian, Jiang Hao wouldn't have had any leverage over him. After greeting Zhuang Yuzhen, Jiang Hao turned his attention to the 2 new prisoners in adjacent cells. Both of them were at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Besides Heavenly King Hai Luo, they were the strongest on this floor. Weren't you in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm? Jiang Hao asked King Hai Luo. He just advanced, Zhuang Yuzhen said. He agreed to help the disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect, which allowed him to advance, Nangong Yu said. Jiang Hao nodded. It was the right choice. The Heavenly King was sensible, or else he wouldn't have maintained his position as the most powerful cultivator on this floor. Jiang Hao was even more curious about the 2 new prisoners. However, he didn't know how to talk to them yet. I am Wu Yang said. Jiang Hao was surprised that he had spoken. In Zichen said. Jiang Hao nodded and introduced himself. Knowing the names of these 2 was enough. They were indeed the people he was looking for. But it's quite a coincidence that they're here together. I wonder if Gui and Lu will read too much into it. Jiang Hao sighed. He had wanted to complete some tasks, but doing it this way did seem peculiar. He also didn't understand why the Heavenly Notes sect was so diligent in capturing people from overseas. Among the 5 here, 3 of them were from overseas. As for the other 2, he had practically delivered them to the Lawless Tower. I heard about you, Zichen said. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Heavenly King Hai Luo and the others mentioned you. They all seemed quite afraid. I was curious about what they are so afraid of, Zichen said. To find out, I thought I'd experience it myself and see what great abilities you possess that would make a desperate man like me fear you. Jiang Hao found that strange. It seemed like everyone who came here felt that way. But senior sister Insha hadn't asked for his help, so he didn't need to get involved in this matter. You must be joking, senior. I'm just an ordinary inner sect disciple with no extraordinary abilities. Is that so? Then why don't you become my disciple? I can teach you about divine abilities. In case you didn't know, I was born in the heavenly spirit tribe and have knowledge of the heaven-bestowing technique, 6 earth attribute techniques, and 9 sages techniques. Moreover, I have expertise in the way of the sword. I can teach you all of that, Yin Zichen said as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a bit odd. This person was very forthcoming. He wanted to appraise him first. Chapter 705. Chapter 705. Jing, were you there again? Chapter 705. Jing, were you there again? Yin Zichen stared at Jiang Hao. At this point, Jiang Hao's daily appraisal ability had already worked. The heart of 5 elements. Jiang Hao was quite curious about this. However, he didn't want to get too cozy with someone who was only using him. He wondered where the heart of humanity was and why he wanted to use him to get it. Yin Zichen hadn't interacted much with anyone. Maybe there was no specific reason behind why Yin Zichen chose him. Young friend, have you thought about it? Yin Zichen asked. You should know that the more you know and learn, the higher your status will be. Jiang Hao bowed and politely said, Thank you for your kindness, senior. I only have average talent and cannot learn too much. During his time here, he learned about formations from Zhuang Yuzhen and talisman making from Mi Lingwei. However, he couldn't learn much else because he couldn't understand other methods and techniques. Even if you don't want to improve, let me see why Heavenly King Hai Luo respects you so much. I'll teach you for free, said Yin Zichen. Jiang Hao glanced at him and didn't respond. He came to visit the Lawless Tower to confirm whether Yin Zichen was here. Other than that, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary matters. Young friend, Wu Yang said, I know of a place where you can find an inheritance. I heard you brought wine for disciple Zhuang. Can you also bring some for me? Jiang Hao looked at him and said politely, I'm sorry to disappoint you, senior, but my seniors here don't let me do anything without their permission. For such a small matter, it shouldn't be a problem, Wu Yang insisted. Jiang Hao shook his head. Just this once, I enjoy good wine and would like to have taste. I will also give you an honest account of the situation inside that place where you'll find the inheritance. I am aware of the potential dangers and can explain them to you. Wu Yang tried to persuade Jiang Hao, but he refused. Jiang Hao bowed apologetically and then approached Zhuang Yuzhen. Wait, Nangang Yu quickly said, I've already told you about the blood pool, so at least tell me what that person said in the end. I've been quite cooperative. I've shared everything with the Heavenly Notes sect, as long as it doesn't involve our secrets. Is what he said really that important to you? Jiang Hao asked. It might not be crucial for you, but it is very important to me, Nangang Yu said. Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought. He thanked me. And then, I remember that person gave you something, Nangang Yu said. Jiang Hao shook his head. Why are you shaking your head? Is it a refusal to tell me, or you really don't know? Nangang Yu asked anxiously. He ignored her. Instead, he went to Zhuang Yuzhen to ask about the recent developments at the Lawless Tower. Lately, there haven't been many people here, and it seems the guards here have decreased a lot, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Jiang Hao nodded. It appeared that the Lawless Tower had also been affected. After all, the current state of the Heavenly Notes sect was indeed quite fragile. He still hadn't dealt with what happened to senior brother Qian Shun. He hadn't gone to check the spirit herbs and pills yet. He needed to visit as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the law enforcement sect started an investigation, he would lose everything. However, the blood wish pill needed to stay behind. Jiang Hao had already appraised it. He could only say without a doubt that senior brother Qian Shun was a genius of his time. The blood wish pill did away with the cruelty of the blood wish path, but retained the advantage. It enhanced the success rate of alchemy, and the effects were even better than traditional alchemy. The blood wish path was the way of alchemy. It required the blood of the person for whom the alchemy was intended. It was indeed a pioneering alchemy method with its own advantages. Jiang Hao was aware that this alchemy method should not remain in obscurity. Whether it should be handed over to the sect depended on whether senior brother Chen's successor was suitable. If they managed to popularize the alchemy method, he would hand over the blood monument to them. If they didn't achieve much, he would turn it over to the sect. For the sake of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, he would pioneer a new field. Jiang Hao realized he hadn't made time to contact Chu Zhong lately. Zhuang Yuzhen didn't seem to have any plans to return. It was different from Heavenly King Hai Luo. King Hai Luo still had the recognition of the Sea Realm and his own unique Heavenly King's fortune. On the other hand, Zhuang Yuzhen, although he had his corpse heart, could not advance to the final step without revealing the information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and was stuck here. For him, there was no problem staying here. Perhaps one day, his corpse heart would bloom, and he would free himself from this predicament. Jiang Hao visited senior brother Chen's house next. It was a place with an abundance of spiritual energy, and an array protected it. Inside, there were quite a few spirit herbs. While there weren't many top-grade spirit herbs, it was sufficient. A single top-grade spirit herb was already worth quite a sum. After evaluating his haul, he found that he had gained quite a bit this time. However, the issue was how to put these items to use. Regarding pills, there weren't many, and most of them were for Golden Core and Foundation Establishment Realm. After wandering around for a while and confirming that there wasn't anything else he could take with him, he left. According to the agreement, he would hand over the blood monument to senior brother Chen's successor. He would observe them once a year. Upon returning to his house, Jiang Hao originally wanted to plant spirit herbs. After hesitating for quite a bit, he decided to use the universe in a palm and seal them. At this point, he had 48,000 spirit stones, thanks to the addition of Ning Shuang's storage treasure. She had quite a few spirit stones and a spatial treasure. However, her spatial treasure had the limitation of only being usable once a month after accumulating enough power. It wasn't like the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman, which could be used continuously. It would be a waste to sell them. When someone goes down the mountain, it could save their lives. That way, they won't encounter any problems and rush back here. After that, Jiang Hao walked into his house. Everything was ready. He only had to wait for the gathering to begin. This time, the main purpose was probably to discuss the Xianyuan sword and see if Xianyuan Tai had succeeded. At midnight, Jiang Hao successfully entered the public area. Senior Dan Yuan was seated at the top. This time, there was no question about their cultivation realms. Instead, he immediately asked about the situation with the Xianyuan sword. I heard that the Grand Earth Emperor has appeared, and the Xianyuan sword has emerged as well. Did you help Gue? Everyone looked at Gue. However, Gue glanced at Jing. I did find the Xianyuan sword, but someone else had arrived there first and done everything. Why are you looking at me? It's just a coincidence, muttered Jiang Hao. Others were also quite surprised. Jing, were you there again? Senior Dan Yuan asked with a smile. It was just a coincidence that I passed by, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. He told them the truth. Chapter 706, Chapter 706. This time, it wasn't me. Chapter 706. This time, it wasn't me. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't want to get too involved, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Doing things discreetly and occasionally being noticed were enough for him. He wanted to maintain his current impression without overdoing it. Jing, what did you do? Xing asked curiously. When I found the Xianyuan sword, I realized that not only had the formation been completed, but the necessary power had also been replenished. Moreover, the contamination on the Xianyuan sword had been cleared, Gue said. Contamination on the Xianyuan sword? Lu was somewhat puzzled. Gue nodded. The Xianyuan sword seals the treasure of the fallen immortal clan, which contaminates the sword. Over the years, the contamination has accumulated. It seems that Jing has done a lot, Dan Yuan said with a smile. So, did the Grand Earth Emperor appear successfully? Did he obtain the sword too? Xing asked. The Grand Earth Emperor succeeded, but the process wasn't smooth. It was said that the presence of the Dragon Clan was needed. So, even when Shang of the Clear Sky sect arrived, he couldn't help in the end, Gu Wei said. The others remained silent and listened. The Black Heaven sect also summoned a true dragon shadow, but it still wasn't enough. It wasn't until a blue beam of light appeared that a colossal dragon descended. It helped the Grand Earth Emperor absorb the great force, said Gu Wei, and looked at Jing again. Don't look at me. I really had nothing to do with it. Jiang Hao thought bitterly. Xiaoli might have made that possible. She was indeed a true dragon with a remarkable background. Xin Yuan Tai's success relied heavily on Xiao Li's visit to the Black Heaven sect, but the people at the gathering gave him the credit. Jing, do you know what exactly happened? Lu asked. He had witnessed the blue beam of light, and his immediate thought was of smiling Sansheng. At that time, Jing might have been smiling Sansheng for all they knew. Jiang Hao didn't answer, and no one pressed him further. This was how the gathering worked. If someone didn't answer, no one would insist. What happened to the Xuanvuan sword in the end? Xing asked Gu Wei. It went silent, she said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Why did it fall silent? Gu Wei didn't wait for them to ask. I learned later that seizing the Xianyuan sword meant undergoing a trial. The Grand Earth Emperor held it, and he was performing a test. His whole being was shrouded by the sword's will. The trial seemed to be quite long, which is why the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xianyuan sword fell silent. The Black Heaven sect could do nothing. Is a trial required every time you touch it? Lu was curious. Gu Wei, did you? Gu Wei smiled. No, I didn't. What about you, Jing? Jiang Hao thought for a moment, but couldn't remember the Xianyuan sword requiring a trial from him, even though he had pulled it out. Not really, said Jiang Hao. Here, he was a mysterious figure, not an omnipotent one. There was no need to lay claim to everything. Didn't the Black Heaven sect fight? Lu asked. No. Gu Wei shook her head. The Saint Bandits were there. The great Thousand God sect, the fallen immortal clan, and the end of all things were all there. But none of them made a move. There were people from the mountain and sea, Sword Sect, and the Clear Sky School too. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. There were so many forces involved, and what was even more surprising was that none of them had resorted to violence. Had they all reached some kind of agreement, or were they looking out for their own interests? It was probably the latter. Nonetheless, the Clear Sky School had arrived. It was near the Black Heaven sect, but it wasn't very far from the Heavenly Note sect either. Sooner or later, they might come looking for him or the Corpse Realm Flower. Did you manage to imprint the sword's intent, Gu Wei? Asked Xing, of course. I'll pass it to you in the usual way, Gu Wei said with a smile. I will have your reward ready. Xing nodded. Gu Wei didn't mind, and then she thought of something and turned to Senior Dan Yuan. Senior, if the Xianyuan sword is in a state of sealing something, can it still be touched or pulled out? Jiang Hao also looked in Dan Yuan's direction. Although he knew the answer, he was curious about Senior Dan Yuan's answer. Was the burning immortal formation complete by then? Asked Dan Yuan. After Gu Wei replied positively, he said, Then it should be possible to pull it out as long as you are capable. Gu Wei nodded. A moment later, she looked at Jing. The end of all things has recently taken action again. Jing, are you free lately? I want to find Yin Zichen. I need to find his whereabouts as soon as possible. Yin Zichen is in the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect, said Jiang Hao. Huh? Gu Wei was stunned. She had planned to visit each sect secretly, but had unexpectedly found the answer she needed. She was well aware of the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect. Is Wei Yang there too? Lu asked. Yes, he's there as well, Jiang Hao said. Lu and Gu Wei were both surprised that they had found their targets so quickly and that they were both in the lawless tower of the Heavenly Note sect. They couldn't help but wonder if the best approach would be to just find someone in the lawless tower next time. What is the Heavenly Note sect trying to do? Xing couldn't help but ask. Whether it was the people they were looking for, or those Gui and Lu were searching for, they all seemed to be in the Heavenly Notes sect. It felt like the sect was capturing people and placing them in the tower for something. However, it was also possible that some people chose to hide there, willingly, such as King Hai Luo. Xing wasn't the only one who was confused about it. Jianghao was also clueless. He could access various secrets, but remained oblivious to the goals of the high-ranking members of the sect. Of course, the less he knew, the safer he was within the sect. Otherwise, he'd attract more trouble. "What kind of reward do you want, Jing?" Gui asked. Since she now knew the location of Yin Zichen, she would naturally need to provide something as compensation. "Help me deliver a letter," Jianghao said quietly. "To whom?" Gui asked. "Just to someone in the southern region," Jianghao said. Gui didn't ask any further questions. After that, Jianghao turned to Senior Dan Yuan for the stone tablet to appear for trade. A moment later, he informed Gui of the letter's content and the target. "What can I do for you, Jing?" Lu asked. For overseas matters, Jianghao only needed information about Qi Tian's current situation. He wanted to know what Qi Tian was up to. 3 updates would be enough. "All right," Lu nodded in agreement. Without further discussion, Xing shared some information. "I heard that the Bright Moon sect's secret treasury has been closed, and the one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is about to step into the mortal realm. This news has spread throughout the eastern region." "So soon? What's her current cultivation realm?" Gui was surprised. With her progress till now, she might not even be at the primordial spirit realm yet. A talent like her should not be stepping into the mortal realm with just the golden core realm cultivation. The Bright Moon sect was truly bold. Jianghao was also surprised. It seemed he would have to arrange for Chu Chuan to leave the mountain. However, Chu Chuan had yet to reach the golden core realm. Chapter 707. Chapter 707. The Demoness. You don't take me seriously. Chapter 707. The Demoness. You don't take me seriously. At the Black Heavens sect, Baizhu woke up in her room. She sat on the edge of her bed and recalled the time when she found the Xin Yuan sword earlier. At that time, there was dust on the ground, but none on the sword itself. It doesn't seem normal. There should have been more dust around it. If it did collect dust for all these years, where did it go? Baizhu took out the purple bead. This was the contamination. She wondered if Jing had avoided discussing it to keep her from asking more questions. Perhaps he had also encountered the Xin Yuan sword. As for the outcome, Baizhu didn't think too much about it. She put away the purple bead and decided to pretend like she didn't know anything about it. Sometimes, people at the gathering gave away things for free. So, she didn't want to bring it up, either. It's so surprising that the one with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is descending into the mortal world so early. I need to figure out a way to go say hello. She wasn't a narrow-minded person. When there was such a unique existence as the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it was always good to keep in contact and be on good terms. However, it was likely to cause conflict with the end of all things, who undoubtedly wanted to kill the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator. After some thought, Baizhu got up and walked out of her room. Creak! The door opened, and she saw Qiao Yi sitting outside. Baizhu greeted her with an impeccable smile. "Any Qiao, you're not asleep. This is the Black Heavens sect, after all. Your safety is essential," Qiao Yi said as she stood up. "You don't need to worry so much. Ordinary people can't enter this place," Baizhu said as she walked to the table and sat down. The night sky was adorned with a high moon, which cast its gentle light on them. "Aren't you going to sleep, princess?" Qiao Yi asked. "I have something to do tonight," Baizhu said as she rested her chin on her hands. "Andy Qiao, do you know Yin Shang? She's the genius from the Sunset Immortal sect." "I've heard of her," Qiao Yi said. "What about her?" "I've actually met her a few times, and it turns out she's rather extraordinary." Baizhu sighed. "What do you plan to do, princess?" Qiao Yi asked. "Well, I'm planning to visit her tomorrow," Baizhu said. "I received a letter from someone, and I need to deliver it to her." Qiao Yi felt puzzled. Hadn't the princess just been inside the room? She hadn't gone out at all. By the way, there will be a cultivation technique coming in a while, and it's for you, Baiju said. What technique is it? Xiao, he was curious. It's from the heavenly spirit tribe's heaven-bestowing technique, said Baiju. I don't know the details, though. With that, Baiju stood up to go to her room to rest. Few people could learn the heaven-bestowing technique, even within the heavenly spirit tribe. Why did the princess want such a technique? Is she playing a joke on me? Xiao, he wondered. She still couldn't believe the news from the princess. Could it be that the princess was actually so well informed? Jiang Hao left the gathering and didn't take detailed notes this time. He only recorded the information from this exchange. He had already delivered the letter to Feng Hua, which was the third reward. He hoped the recipient would be pleasantly surprised. He continued to keep an eye on Qi Tian. As his status and cultivation improved, Qi Tian would surely become more vigilant. To give Qi Tian some hope was the best way to deal with him. The more hope he had, the higher he would climb. Then, Jiang Hao could learn useful information from him. In Qi Tian's eyes, Jiang Hao might occupy a significant place, but in Jiang Hao's eyes, Qi Tian was just a part of the overall picture. Living in his shadow was a punishment for not taking his duties seriously. Of course, Jiang Hao didn't want Qi Tian to go to any extreme, or else. He stopped thinking about it. He wondered when Shang would appear. He knew he would come here soon. If that happened, Jiang Hao would likely attract more attention from many people. Maybe it would be better if he went out to see Shang instead. He wasn't sure how best to handle the situation. However, it was surprising that Hong Ye hadn't come to find him yet. When he was mining, he had expected her to appear, but she still hadn't shown up. Well, it's been a while since someone watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Its growth has stagnated. It won't be good if she sees that. Jiang Hao went into the courtyard to water the flower. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. You finally remembered you have a flower to take care of? Jiang Hao turned around to see Hong Yuye sitting on a wooden chair under a tree. Her red dress seemed to glow in the moonlight. Greetings, senior, Jiang Hao said with a respectful bow. It seems that you don't take my words seriously, Hong Yuye said as she wiped a peach with a cloth. Jiang Hao was surprised. Senior, there has been a misunderstanding, and I can explain, he said hurriedly. Then explain. Hong Yuye smiled. Go ahead. Explain everything in detail. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then began explaining to her. He felt nervous under her piercing gaze. Although he felt it was strange, he still said, the sect's strength is weak, and I, as a member, was called to help out. So, I had to go out of the sect. And then, Hong Yuye asked, couldn't you find the time to come back and water my flower? It's not like that, Jiang Hao said. I was ambushed on the way, and I ended up being taken to a mine. There was a strange aura there, but I was constantly worrying about your flower, senior. That's why I tried my best to escape from there and return. It's just that after I got out, I realized I had lost a lot of time. Hong Ye looked at him. Was it very difficult to escape? Yes, exceptionally difficult. Jiang Hao nodded. Tell me the details, Hong Ye said. Jiang Hao hesitated. He then framed the story and pretended to be Feng Wei. He told her that he had built a good relationship with a senior at the mines, but someone had impersonated the senior. He told her that he stayed with this senior and helped out. After that, the senior had taken him along when he escaped the mine. Hong Ye looked at Jiang Hao with a cold smile. You've put even that fraudulent beast to shame with your lies. Jiang Hao lowered his head and fell silent. Did you touch the Xianyuan sword? Hong Ye asked. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes. Did you pull out? She asked. I asked True Dragon to help suppress it. Then I pulled it out and wiped it clean, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Hong Ye looked at the man before her in confusion. The Xianyuan sword has the soul of a true dragon. Did it communicate with you? Yes, Jiang Hao said. What did it say? It asked if there was any other dragon around me. Hong fell silent. After some time, she said, Do you enjoy mining that much? I was compelled by my circumstances to mine, Jiang Hao said earnestly. Hong Ye didn't seem to hear his answer. Next time you go mining, looked at him. Her lips curled into a smile. I'll invite you to my place for tea. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly lowered his head. He didn't know where Hong Yuye lived, and he, sure as hell, didn't want to find out. Chapter 708. Chapter 708. Even if they hide in the ends of the earth, bring them back. Chapter 708. Even if they hide in the ends of the earth, bring them back. Jiang Hao stood where he was without saying a word. Hong Ye continued to polish the peach in her hand. After a while, she finally said, "The dragon pearl on Xiao Li's body is related to her." How? Jiang Hao asked. Even though he had appraised it, he was still unclear about it. All he knew was that it was Xiao Li's dragon pearl. The aura is similar, but it's not innate. It's a result of acquired influence, Hong Yuye explained as she placed the peach on the table and took another one to start wiping. That dragon pearl must have been with Xiao Li since her birth. It protects her and provides her with some power. Was it left for her by her family? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye nodded. After some thought, Jiang Hao asked, "The dragon pearl is a crucial item, right? Can a dragon leave its dragon pearl?" They can, but it has an effect. Normally, a dragon won't give its own dragon pearl to a kid, Hong Yuye said. They won't? That's surprising. So, it's likely that Xiaoli came here to escape, Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao wanted to ask for more details, but Hong Yuye fell silent. With no other choice, he began to talk about the gathering. There had been 2 gatherings so far, so he needed to report from the first one. The first gathering discussed the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. Jiang Hao was waiting for Hong Yuye to ask, but she didn't. Go on, Hong Yuye said. Senior, the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl is nearby, and it's an extremely valuable item, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao. Are you suggesting that I should retrieve it? It will be beneficial, so we shouldn't miss this opportunity, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Things like that would eventually be taken away. If it came into contact with the end of all things, they might erupt on the spot. It was better to seal it in advance. Only Hong Yuye was capable of doing it. If the immortal sect came for it, they might destroy the demonic sect in passing. When you saw the Xinyuan sword, did you ever consider asking me to come over? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao was taken aback. He realized that he hadn't thought about it before. Perhaps Hong Yuye was not the type of person to be swayed by such things. Jiang Hao thought of himself as young and full of energy, and Hong Yuye was different. However, they both had similarities. Neither showed off and shouldered their responsibilities. Thus, it was difficult to consider such matters when encountering divine objects. Another reason was that divine objects did not affect him. You never thought of me when you saw the divine object? Do you only think of me when you see unlucky objects tainted by misfortune? Hong Yuye smiled mockingly. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Senior, your cultivation reaches the heavens. Even if dangerous items remain in your hands, they will become divine objects. When that time comes, wherever you go, no one would dare to defy you. Hong Yuye chuckled. Jiang Hao had expected this and kept praising her. He told her about the Xinyuan sword, the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's techniques, the Astronomical Academy's search for their senior, the events related to Shang-Un, and so on. Hong Yuye remained uninterested in all of them. Then, he talked about the second gathering. He had completed the mission of finding people for Gue and Liu and informed them about the rewards. Hong Yuye still showed no interest in it. She just wiped the peaches. Senior, I am done, Jiang Hao said. Did Shang come to find you? Hong Yuye asked. I'm not sure. Jiang Hao shook his head. Didn't you seal the one he loves in the corpse realm? Will he come for revenge? Hong Yuye placed the second peach on the table. He might not, Jiang Hao said. Indeed, Shang didn't seem like the type to seek revenge. What about you? Hong Yuye asked absent-mindedly. If someone seals your beloved, will you seek revenge? I don't have a beloved, Jiang Hao said. But what if you did? Hong Yuye asked. Then, I won't allow her to be sealed, Jiang Hao said firmly. What if your cultivation realm can't prevent it from happening? Hong Yuye asked. Then, I won't have a partner in the first place, Jiang Hao said with determination. Hong Yuya looked at him without saying another word. Late at night, a slight chill spread through the air. What's your cultivation realm? Hong Yuya asked. Middle of the Golden Core realm, said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuya raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. She then turned to him. Come here. Jiang Hao stepped forward with some concern. At that moment, Hong Yuya stood up right in front of Jiang Hao. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest. Remember, next time, take care of my flower, she said. As her words fell, he was unable to move, and the world before his eyes seemed to warp. A colossal hand that covered the sky and the earth approached from a distance. It crossed mountains and seas and caused the entire area to tremble. And he was the target of this massive hand. If he got closer, he would be obliterated. Before he could react, the palm struck him. Boom! Jiang Hao felt disoriented. It took some time for him to recover. Only then did he realize that he had crashed into a wall. It didn't hurt much, but it was enough to give him a scare. I'll leave the beast in the courtyard next time. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the flower. By this time, Hong Yuya had already left. Jiang Hao also wanted to rest. As he passed by the table and chairs, he noticed a peach on top of it. He remembered that Hong Yuya had wiped 2 peaches clean. He picked up the peach and took a bite. It was exceptionally sweet. The more the tree went through incarnation, the tastier the peaches became. Many people had gathered at the law enforcement hall. They were in Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Primordial Spirit Realm, Soul Ascension Realm, and even Return to Void Realm. Many were present. Moreover, some even stronger individuals stood in the shadows. At the very top, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a deep voice said, During this period, many things have happened in our sect, with the most serious being the matter of Qianshun. We must resolve this matter before the Peak Master returns. Find all the individuals related to Qianshun who were involved and bring them to the law enforcement hall. If they're missing, use the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror to find them. If they've been captured, bring them here. If they've sought refuge elsewhere, retrieve them at all costs. Regardless of their cultivation realm, no one should be exempt. Even if they've gone to the ends of the earth, dig them out. This matter is of utmost importance, not only to the law enforcement hall, but also to the 12 branches of the sect. The disciples from all 12 branches will cooperate with you. Investigate and ensure that anyone involved in this matter faces punishment from the sect. As for how you do it, it's up to you. I only care about results. Everyone nodded. Then, they dispersed to begin their investigations. Among them, there was a person holding a list with a frown on his face. Jiang Hao, the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said a person beside him as he read the list and sighed. Use the secret technique to find Senior Brother Liu. But Senior Brother Liu said not to contact him for a while. He said he's going into seclusion, said a woman. Senior Liu informed me that if there were any important matters related to Jiang Hao at the law enforcement hall, he wanted to be notified by using the secret technique. Don't worry too much about it, and just send him a message, said the man. All right. After a while, a trembling figure emerged from the blood pool. A pair of eyes opened in the darkness. Chapter 709. Chapter 709. Lu Xingchen comes knocking. Chapter 709. Lu Xingchen comes knocking. Early the next morning, Bai Zhu and Xiao Yi were walking on the road to the Black Heaven sect. The Grand Earth Emperor had already appeared, and the Xianyuan sword had been claimed by the same person. As long as they protected the Sun-Moon Peak, all other problems would be resolved. The Black Heaven sect could slowly relax. It was also time for the other major sects to leave. When should we leave? Xiao Yi asked. Every sect has a chance to get close to the Sun-Moon Peak, and that's where opportunities lie. Getting close to the Grand Earth Emperor and the Xianyuan sword allows us to achieve more things. We naturally can't miss that, Bai Zhu said with a smile as she took confident steps forward. The major sects would take their own sweet time, so it would probably be another couple of months before they could leave. Princess, you don't seem to want to go to the Sun-Moon Peak, Xiao Yi said. Yes, I told you last night that I received a letter, so I need to deliver that, Baiju said as she walked along the edge of a bridge. Princess, that is quite dangerous, Xiao, he said in warning. The princess had always been like this since she was a child. She was in her early 300, but she was always so young at heart. How can the number one talent of the royal family be afraid of this? Baiju said as she swayed along the edge of the bridge. Xiao Yi thought about it, and then asked about the matter of the cultivation technique. The heaven-bestowing technique? Wasn't that something you obtained yourself, Annie Xiao? Baiju looked at her. Do you remember what we did when the Xianyuan sword appeared? I can exchange that for the technique. So, that was what you meant when you said it was something that would affect me. Xiao Yi understood. Of course. Baiju nodded. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the Sunset Immortal Sect. I have an important matter to discuss with senior sister Yin Shang. Please inform her, Baiju said to the guard at the entrance. After waiting for a moment, someone led her inside. In the courtyard, Yin Shang sat in the pavilion. She was accompanied by junior sister Lu. This person was recruited by an elder into the Black Heaven sect. She is only an inner sect disciple, but she is acquainted with many people and holds a relatively high status, junior sister Lu whispered. Yes, I've heard of her a little and seen her a couple of times too. But we haven't talked much. I don't know why she is here, Yin Shang said with a slight nod. She didn't quite understand. Yin Shang chuckled. After a while, Baiju approached from a distance. Hello, senior sisters, she said in greeting. She smiled at them and appeared very friendly. This put the two at ease, as it didn't seem like this person was hostile. Yin Shang stood up and politely said, Junior sister Baiju, what brings you here? It's just a small matter, so I came over for a visit, Baiju said with a smile. Please have a seat, Yin Shang said. The three of them sat under the pavilion and talked casually. Xiao Yi stood behind Baiju and waited for her instructions. She felt like she had no right to sit down with such formidable cultivators. Besides, the cultivation realm of the Sunset Immortal Sect's disciples made her uneasy. She realized that she was weaker than just about anyone she met. She rarely encountered such situations before. Now, it seemed that the strength of the royal family was indeed insufficient compared to these sections. After talking for a while, junior sister Lu curiously asked, Did you forget why you came here, junior sister Baiju? No, it's just I don't know how to say it, Baiju said sheepishly. You can tell us without hesitation, Yin Shang said. The situation is like this. Last night, when I went out, I met someone. The person asked for my help with something and said that after completing the task, they would give me a magical treasure. But I suspect they might be playing a prank on me. However, the person appeared to be quite powerful, so I couldn't refuse. That's why I came to find you, senior sister Yin Shang, Baiju said sincerely. What exactly is the matter? Yin Shang asked. They asked me to deliver a letter. This letter is to be delivered to you in person, said Baiju as she took out the letter. There's a powerful curse on it, and only you can open it. If anyone else opens it, they will die on the spot. That's what the person said. Junior sister Lu was surprised and wanted to examine the letter, but Yin Shang stopped her. Indeed, it is cursed. Junior sister Lu, you mustn't touch it. Yin Shang took the envelope and inspected it. It appeared ordinary, but the hidden curse was undeniable. What kind of person asked you to deliver such a letter to me? Yin Shang asked. I don't know. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but their aura was quite strong, Baiju said as she looked at the envelope. After a moment of hesitation, she put away the envelope. Senior sister, this is probably some tactic from a pursuer. You should be careful, said junior sister Lu. Yin Shang nodded. I will. Sometime later, Baiju stood up to bid farewell to them. Yin Shang told her that if she encountered that person again, she could inform her immediately to at least ensure her own safety. Baiju expressed her gratitude and left with Xiao Yi. Once Baiju left, Yin Shang also returned with junior sister Lu. In the afternoon, the sunlight was bright and warm. There was no one else in the pavilion now, except for Yin Shang. She slowly took out the envelope and opened it, There was a folded piece of paper inside. Yin Shang put down the envelope and began to unfold the paper. She narrowed her eyes. Her hand on the paper tightened and tore the letter a little. There was only one sentence on it. This is the third gift. Good morning, Mississippi Fenghua. Yin Shang slowly placed the paper on the table. She frowned. Many thoughts whirled in her mind. At that point, the paper on the table had started to burn. In just a moment, it turned to ashes. Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation. There were still many tasks waiting for him in the Spirit Herb Garden. He needed to go quickly to handle the issues in the Spirit Herb Garden. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome, and his master would blame him. However, as soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he froze. 3 people were standing outside the gate, and the one leading them was Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao hadn't seen him in so long. At that moment, his aura wasn't blood red, nor did he possess the aura of a true dragon or the mystique sorcerer. This was the real Lu Xingchen. Junior brother Jiang, it's been a while. It has indeed been a while, Jiang Hao said. He couldn't understand why Lu Xingchen was here with these people. Do you know senior brother Qianshun? Lu Xingchen asked. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Had the law enforcement hall finally found time to deal with senior brother Qianshun's matter? Senior brother Qianshun had not only betrayed the sect, but had also disregarded all the rules of the sect. He had acted recklessly and humiliated the sect. So, no matter where he went, he couldn't escape the Heavenly Note sect. Even if he were dead, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved, and all those involved would suffer. Jiang Hao sighed. Lu Xingchen had come to find him. Yes, one do. Since members of the law enforcement hall had come with him, it meant they had evidence. Moreover, this kind of matter didn't care about evidence. They could investigate as they pleased. Asking him about Qianshun was just a formality they were fulfilling. I heard he approached you, Lu Xingchen said. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Lu Xingchen smiled. In that case, junior brother Jiang, we'll have to trouble you to come with us. Chapter 710, Chapter 710, Locked Up. Chapter 710, Locked Up. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had faced many challenges, and Lu Xingchen had visited a few times, but there had been only 2 serious occasions when he was asked to accompany him. The first time was due to the death of Ming's Witch Yuan, and the second time was because senior sister Luo Ji had framed him. The former was a legacy disciple of the 100 Bones Forest, and the latter was an undercover spy from the Heavenly Saint sect. Only on these 2 occasions had he been summoned to the law enforcement hall. This was the 3rd time. The situation seemed even more severe than the other 2 times before. Are we going right now? Jiang Hao asked. No. Before we go, I need to inspect your residence, junior brother, Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Will that be convenient? Of course. Jiang Hao nodded. He felt relieved because he had never taken out senior brother Qianshun's pills from his storage treasure. He was worried about it already. Even if they checked his storage treasure, he had nothing to worry about. In his normal storage treasure, there was nothing incriminating. Everything was in his elemental spirit ring. However, he didn't know how many people knew about the ring. After all, Elder Bai Ji had given it to him. If she were to tell everyone, it would be a problem. In the future, he decided to avoid getting involved in such incidents. Go inside and take a look, Lu Xingchen said to the 2 people behind him. The 2 entered the courtyard. Jiang Hao followed Lu Xingchen into the house too. This was the 2nd time his house had been searched. The process was the same as before. The 2 people used a magic treasure to inspect the place without messing up anything. However, they were both surprised when they entered. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. Lu Xingchen was amazed. Your place has changed a lot. You're too kind, Jiang Hao said awkwardly. Part of the reason for the change was due to Bai Yi. Although the spirit herbs had been destroyed, their effects could still last for some time. He had intended to visit the 100 Bones Forest today to see how to deal with the destroyed spirit herbs. Retrieving them was impossible, but sharing the responsibility would make things easier for the Spirit Herb Garden. There was no need for compensation for this incident. So, junior brother Jiang, You seem quite busy lately, Lu Xingqian said as he sat in a wooden chair. Jiang Hao observed for a while and noticed that the auras of the three remnants had disappeared. What had Lu Xingqian done? His cultivation realm had advanced to the middle stage of the soul ascension realm in just a few months. This was much faster than before. It was incredible to have ascended 2 realms in such a short time. Even though Jiang Hao wanted to progress that fast, it would be extremely difficult. Double advancement was unthinkable. Even if he mined or cleaned divine artifacts, it would be impossible for him to advance 2 realms or stages at once. I left the sect to go out recently, Jiang Hao said. Really? Lu Xingqian was surprised. Did you encounter something? Jiang Hao nodded and sighed. I went through so many hardships and barely made it out alive. Lu Xingqian looked at Jiang Hao regretfully. It sounds dangerous for you to go out, Lu Xingqian said. Shouldn't you consider becoming a true disciple? It would be much more convenient for you within the sect. Jiang Hao shook his head. Have you achieved nothing recently, junior brother? Lu Xingqian asked. Nothing. This time I was captured. I was lucky I was even able to return, Jiang Hao said. Lu Xingqian nodded and then narrowed his eyes. After I returned, I heard something. I heard that none of those who went on the mission with you return alive. There was one, but she disappeared after you returned. Have you heard anything like that? Other than me, I remember there was junior sister Ning Shuang who returned alive. Is she the one who disappeared? Lu Xingqian nodded. Jiang Hao sighed, but didn't say anything. Lu Xingqian didn't press him further. This matter concerning senior brother Qian Shun is extremely serious. Everyone involved will be interrogated. Junior brother Jiang, you didn't achieve anything this time, but you've had accomplishments in the past, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Just cooperate. Trying to escape will be troublesome. The place you'll be detained this time isn't ordinary. Your storage treasure will also be confiscated. So, be prepared, junior brother. Not an ordinary place? Jiang Hao was surprised. As for the storage treasure, he didn't care. Yes, the matter is too serious this time. The detainees will be concentrated in the dungeons of the law enforcement hall. You'll be allowed to mix with others in the same dungeon. Senior brother Qian Shun has done something extreme and completely disregarded the sect. The law enforcement hall is also searching for the person who killed him. Lu Xingqian looked at Jiang Hao and suddenly smiled. Junior brother Jiang, who do you think killed senior brother Qian Shun? I don't know. Who could it be? Jiang Hao asked. We couldn't find out yet. Lu Xingqian shook his head. Recently, there seem to be quite a few people who can't be traced by the law enforcement hall. Do you think it's possible that they are working together? Surely not. Jiang Hao pretended to be surprised. Who knows? Lu Xingqian shrugged. Jiang Hao felt that Lu Xingqian looked somewhat disappointed. Did he find out about that too late? After some time, the 2 people came out of Jiang Hao's house. They reported that they hadn't found anything. They had only looked for what they were instructed to find and didn't mention any special items. Jiang Hao didn't know if the inspection was happening everywhere. In that case, let's go, Lu Xingqian said. After some time, Jiang Hao arrived at the dungeons of the law enforcement hall. This place was like an underground city with various passages. This place is quite large. Some detainees are there, but they aren't very powerful people. If they can't obtain any information and have no other use for them, they're thrown into the lawless tower and eventually sent to the mines, Lu Xingqian said. Not everyone and every situation required the involvement of the lawless tower. Jiang Hao was placed in a large room with some people in the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and even Primordial Spirit Realm. There were roughly 30 people in the room. So many. Jiang Hao was surprised. There were quite a few people connected to senior brother Qian Shun. He scanned the room and noticed that both Qi Yang and Su Feng were there. As victims, they seemed to have become subjects of suspicion as well. Junior brother Jiang, be careful. You have an advantage over everyone here. Without clear evidence, they can't keep on here for too long, Lu Xingqian said. Jiang Hao nodded in gratitude and then entered the large room. He quietly moved to a corner without greeting anyone. He needed to be cautious. He could appraise them, but he wanted to save that ability for now. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him and turned to look. It was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Who could it be? Chapter 711. I'm worth so much as 30s, and with a scar on his face. He looked menacing. Jiang Hao glanced at him briefly and then stopped paying attention to the person. He had no idea who this person was, but being stared at so intently was probably not a good sign. This place was spacious, and there didn't seem to be any specific rules here. Maybe it was possible for things to get physical. Lu Xingqian hadn't warned him about fighting with fellow sect members here. If it wasn't prohibited, there would surely be trouble. In the sect, there were people who didn't like him, especially because of his accomplishments. If it was in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, no one would dare act. Now, as fellow prisoners, there wasn't anything keeping them back. There were the people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. While the Pavilion Master had made it clear that he meant Jiang Hao no harm, others who wanted to avenge Enruo might be here. Over a decade had passed, but if someone still held a grudge, they might make a move. Fortunately, the person just continued to watch him and showed no intention to make a move. It appeared that no one knew what was going on, and they were just observing each other. In the corner, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and used what he had learned from the Nameless Manual to observe the auras of everyone around him. He wanted to see if there were any threats. For a moment, he sensed countless auras. Some of them were paying attention to him. However, there was no hostility. It seemed they were just observing him as the newcomer. After a while, Jiang Hao sensed the strongest aura, which was possibly at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. Someone this powerful was also captured. The person didn't seem to pay attention to anyone else and was seemingly meditating. She was positioned in the innermost part of the room. There were two others at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. These two were different. They seemed to blend in with the crowd. Return to Void Realm cultivators are unlikely to be mingling with the crowd. He opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings again. It was only then that he discovered that these two people had concealed their cultivation realms. One of them was pretending to be at the Foundation Establishment realm, while the other pretended to be at the Golden Core realm. Undercover agents? Jiang Hao couldn't be sure. It didn't matter as long as they weren't paying attention to him. He had already arranged for the Spirit Herb Garden to be handled by Chang Chou. The pressure from the sect had lessened, so the garden shouldn't face any problems. As for appeasing the people who suffered losses due to the destroyed spirit herbs, Cheng Chou would have to handle that himself. If he couldn't do it, he could always ask Senior Sister Miao Tinglian for help. Senior Sister Miao Tinglian was a decent person who was willing to help the Spirit Herb Garden. Everything was going well. The only issue was that he had to abandon the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower again right after he had returned to the sect. The more he got involved in other things, the more complicated it became. He had only met Senior Brother Qianqian once, and he had ended up here. Everything had happened because of the Blood Wish path. He thought that the matter would end with Senior Brother Qianqian's death, but he never expected there would be even more to deal with. He sneakily glanced at Qi Yang. It seemed that he wasn't paying attention to Jiang Hao either. That was good. He was already drawing too much attention. Qi Yang probably didn't dare to approach him before, and now it was even more difficult for him. The night passed without any incident. Everyone waited. 3 more days passed, but no one came to check on them. The people in the room felt the pressure. The longer they stayed here, the heavier it became. In the 3 days, Jiang Hao had appraised 3 people. The information he received was interesting frowny-faced Li Shan, at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. An inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Notes sect's Flowing Waterfall branch, who received 5,000 spirit stones from Xiao Luo before entering the dungeon. He has been ordered to keep an eye on you and is ready to act when there's an opportunity. He will get paid 10,000 spirit stones for crippling your limbs, 50,000 spirit stones for crippling your cultivation, and 100,000 if he can kill you. Ke Jian, at the early stage of the return to Void Realm, an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Notes sect's law enforcement hall. He is here to observe the people here and obtain information from those who know something. He is also here to ensure that Lung Wushuang can leave at any time. He is curious about you because Lu Xingchen pays too much attention to you. Zhong Huaxian, at the early stage of the return to Void Realm, an inner sect disciple of the Heavenly Notes sect's law enforcement hall. He is here to observe the people around him and obtain information from those who know something. He is also here to ensure that Lung Wushuang can leave at any time. The first person, Li Shan, was the one Jiang Hao had sensed. After appraising them, Jiang Hao understood that he had no personal grudges with Li Shan, but there were some conflicts of interest. As for this Qiu Luo, he had never heard of that name. Isn't he too generous? Jiang Hao couldn't help but think. 5,000 spirit stones? How long would it take to earn that amount? It would require running into senior brother Duan Guan and senior sister Lung Tian within a few months. Otherwise, it could take several months. However, the two people behind him turn out to be disciples from the law enforcement hall of the Heavenly Notes sect, and their primary goal seemed to ensure someone named Lung Wushuang was safe. Perhaps she was the one sitting in a corner in the late stage of the return to Void Realm. What does it mean that this person can go out at any time? She was captured with everyone else. Or is it that she can decide whether she wants to stay or leave? Jiang Hao thought. She was likely the sect's top disciple. But why would a person like her be associated with Senior Brother Qinshan? Jiang Hao didn't believe Senior Brother Qinshan would involve someone of such a high status in the Blood Wish path, as that would interfere with his plans. Becoming a top disciple wasn't an ordinary feat, for example. Manlong was one such figure. He intentionally allowed the 10th spot to be taken away. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Yi ultimately failed, he wouldn't have been punished. However, the duration of that punishment was ending soon. In a few years, he would likely regain his position as the 10th top disciple. All these years, the 10th spot had remained empty. Lu Xingchen was qualified for the position, but he seemed unlikely to vie for it. 3 days passed, and still, no one from the enforcement hall came for them. No one interrogated them. More days went by, and the pressure increased. Many people couldn't take it anymore. What do they want to know? Why are they tormenting us like this? We have no relationship with Qinshan. I only met him once. I'd rather be in the Lawless Tower. What kind of place is this? Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't believe some people would actually choose the Lawless Tower. Didn't they know what kind of place it was? Even formidable figures like Zhuang Yuzhen and Heavenly King Hai Luo had no way of escaping. They could only try to maintain their cultivation realm. If they couldn't do that, they would end up in the mines. For the prisoners, there was no way to escape. Amid the discontented murmurs, a sudden vibration filled the air. Following that, the door to the room opened. However, no one stepped inside. Can we leave? Someone asked. It should be possible. Would it count as desertion? Clearly not. The law enforcement hall has a purpose, and we just need to cooperate. The sooner it's over, the sooner we can get out. Jiang Hao thought the same. What the law enforcement hall intended to do to identify those related to Senior Brother Chen remained unclear. Soon, most of the people started heading outside. Jiang Hao was left behind. He figured he just needed to wait. However, when most of the people were gone, the return to Void Realm cultivator finally moved. An elegant lady in a white dress swished past them. Her long, back hair swayed down her back. Lung Wushuang? Some people seem to have only noticed her now. Senior Sister Lung? Someone exclaimed. Chapter 712. The first-ranked top disciple, Senior Sister Lung? Jiang Hao turned to look at the person who had exclaimed it was an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm disciple. When Senior Sister Lung left, many people followed her outside. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao followed suit. He blended in with the crowd and went with the flow. Before long, he appeared next to the man who had spoken earlier. He whispered, "Junior brother." "Senior brother, is there something you need?" asked the man politely when he realized Jiang Hao was at the Golden Core realm. "I just returned to the sect. Who is that senior sister?" Jiang Hao asked in a hushed voice. "You don't know?" the man said in astonishment. Jiang Hao shook his head. "That's Senior Sister Lung. She is ranked first among the top disciples," said the man. Jiang Hao was astonished. It was actually the first top disciple, Lung Wushuang. She was from the White Moon Lake. Jiang Hao could clearly sense her cultivation realm. She was at the end of the late stage and would soon advance to the peak of the return to Void Realm. She is so powerful that her aura carries a chill. If Bai Yi had fought her in that contest, he wouldn't just have failed, he would have died. Senior Sister Leg's presence here is unreasonable. We should just follow her. The people from the law enforcement hall wouldn't dare to do anything to her, said the man politely. Jiang Hao nodded. It was indeed unreasonable. Lung Wushuang could leave at any time. There was no way anyone could stop her. Being the first top disciple, they couldn't just imprison her without any evidence. She needed to be willing for that to happen. This was one of the benefits of being a top disciple. Jiang Hao also wanted to become a top disciple, but he had to wait for junior brother Han Ming to succeed first. Right now, the lowest ranked top disciple was at the late or peak of Soul Ascension Realm. At that time, his opponent would likely be Manlong. As for junior brother Han Ming, he had to defeat the current 9th-ranked top disciple. Then, he would become the 9th, and the previous 9th would become the 10th. Jiang Hao hoped that junior brother Han Ming would have more adventures and rise quickly. He followed Lung Wushuang outside, and once again felt that this place was like an underground city. The paths branched out in all directions and were extremely wide. The people who had come out earlier were nowhere to be seen. Gradually, a mist began to rise around them. Jiang Hao didn't think too much of it and just followed Lung Wushuang. If he followed her, he wouldn't get into major trouble. Jiang Hao frowned because he noticed that the people around him were gradually diminishing. They were getting lost in the mist. Only 5 people were still following Lung Wushuang. What was strange was that 2 were at the Foundation Establishment Realm, 2 were at the Golden Core Realm, and 1 was at the Primordial Spirit Realm. Among the people from earlier, they were definitely not the strongest. Could they sense something stronger? Or did they just sense people in the same cultivation realm? There was no way they could keep up. Jiang Hao was already prepared to follow those who had fallen behind. But before he could take action, Lung Wushuang stopped. As she turned around, the surrounding mist disappeared. 5 is enough, she said in a chilly voice. She didn't say what her intention was. At that moment, Jiang Hao and the other 4 looked at their senior sister with some confusion. Lung Wushuang turned to the disciple at the Primordial Spirit Realm. What is your relationship with Qianchen? Senior brother Qianchen gave me guidance once, just once. After that, I left the sect. I just returned. The Primordial Spirit Realm disciple was a woman in a blue robe. She looked nervous. Then, Lung Wushuang turned to Jiang Hao. And you? Senior brother Chen contacted me once. He asked about the Bloodwish Path and also some information on spirit herbs. After that, I didn't see him and only just found out that he got into some trouble, said Jiang Hao. That was the only connection they shared. Next was the Golden Core Realm disciple. And you? I only asked him some questions about alchemy once. Everyone told me that senior brother Qianchen helped with issues, so I went and asked him about it. Lung Wushuang looked at the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. What about you 2? I happened to meet him when I was on a mission to take care of the spirit herbs. Me too. Lung Wushuang nodded. She fell silent for a moment. I need your help with something. If you complete this task, you will be able to leave this place as soon as possible. However, if you have any problems of your own, don't even think about escaping from here. Qianchen's situation is more serious than you think. What's the task, Senior? The Primordial Spirit Realm disciple quickly asked. She was the only woman among the 5 people. Others were all men. She didn't mind because the combined strength of the other 4 was not a match for her. Help me find someone. Later, when the mist reappears, you will need to use the magical tool I give you to find them. The key is not to get lost. However, you don't need to worry about whether the other party is dangerous. Once you find them, I will come to you immediately. Rest assured, these dungeons have realm suppression ability, and the highest level is in my realm. Among the same realm, no one can be my match, Lung Wushuang said calmly. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. He realized that the first top disciple was indeed different. Just to be safe, Jiang Hao appraised her. Within a breath, the feedback appeared. Lung Wushuang, body of the martial god, the top-ranked disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. a true disciple of the White Moon Lake. She is at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. She came to the law enforcement hall because of the commotion. She needs a few individuals with keen perception to move in all directions. Jiang Hao was surprised. Body of the martial god? He wondered who had tried to harm senior sister Zhou Chanlong Wushuang couldn't find the person outside, which indicated that the person had significant power and strength. So, using this opportunity, she planned to capture the suspicious individual and then use her cultivation to capture them. Senior sister Lung is quite concerned about senior sister Zhou Chanjiang. How was surprised. In the Heavenly Notes sect, there weren't many who would go to such great lengths to help a fellow disciple. This was the case in most normal immortal sects as well. But didn't we all just come from the same room just now? Asked one of the Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. No, there are 10 such rooms, and I can't get close to the others. Whenever I get close, I lose track of the person. If someone weak goes to find them, they'll be less vigilant, Lung Wushuang said. Jiang Han nodded. It made sense, but not everyone relaxed in front of weaker foes. However, if someone was truly concealing their cultivation, he would be able to find them. Senior sister Zhou Chan was probably the best and the kindest person in the sect. If he could help her, he would. If it was beyond his ability, then he would step aside. Soon, Jiang Hao received a compass. All 5 of them received a compass each. There are 2 points in the compass. One is for you to contact me, and the other is for probing into an individual's cultivation. If the latter fails and you find the person suspicious, you can contact me, Lung Wushuang said. What would make someone appear suspicious in this case? Someone asked. That's for you to judge for yourselves, Lung Wushuang said. Jiang Hao accepted the magical tool and was given a map with a planned route. Chapter 7:13. Someone wants to fight to the death. Looking at the map, Jiang Hao noticed that they needed 6 people for this task, but they only had 5. It seems we need 6 people, said the woman at the primordial spirit realm. Yes, but only the 5 of you are here. I'll go on the 6th path myself to check it out, Lung Wushuang said. The other team members had no issues. Jiang Hao looked at the map quietly. He realized that the map was very detailed. It even marked the exits and entrances. If someone with evil intentions got their hands on the map, it would be hard to prevent them from escaping. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the map was meant for potential traitors. The exits were most likely traps. He couldn't believe that the first top disciple would be naive enough to label the entrances and exits on the map. Let's go. There will be fog on the way. Your job is not to get lost. And if you have the ability, try to observe your surroundings, Lung Wushuang said. Jiang Hao and the others nodded, and each chose a different path to start searching. They all knew that this was not just about finding a person, but also a test for them. The map marked all the exits, which might make them think about how to escape or find allies to escape with. Jiang Hao wasn't sure if the others had any hidden motives or if they had allies among them. At this point, he walked along the path to see if he could find anyone. At his current realm, he should be able to handle it. He could escape if necessary. However, he looked up at the sky above the city and had a feeling that there was something up there that was monitoring what was happening below. He would only act if he could avoid this surveillance. Hasty actions would only lead to capture, so he needed to act within his current abilities and avoid causing trouble. As they walked, the fog became denser. The naked eye and ordinary perception were useless. In the end, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and used the nameless manual to sense the changes in his surroundings. Occasionally, he encountered people on the road, but he didn't pay much attention to them. He just walked within their blind spots to ensure that he passed without being noticed. What kind of place is this? What is the law enforcement hall trying to do? Who knows? Let's find a place to hide. I heard that some fellow disciples are getting injured. Maybe people can't kill here, but they can still injure us severely. A slight misstep could ruin our future. Jiang Hao listened to their conversation and found the latter's point quite sensible. In this place, they should be cautious. Otherwise, their cultivation path would come to a sudden halt, and the risks would outweigh the benefits. Jiang Hao walked quickly. Halfway through his journey, he didn't find anyone suspicious. The compass in his hand didn't change. I guess it's not easy to find them. I wonder if these people will head toward crowded areas or hide in corners. If it were me, I'd probably follow some strong people. If the situation doesn't look right, I'd hide. Jiang Hao decided that if he couldn't find anyone after finishing this part of the task, he would look around on his own. People moved from one place to another. It was possible that he would miss them on the path. In a corner of the underground tunnels, two young men stood against a wall. One of the younger men sighed. "We've been captured." The man with a bit of stubble on his face frowned. "They must be after me." "White Moon Lake?" asked the younger man. The man with stubble nodded. "Probably. This isn't good. I just heard that Lung Wushuang is here. It seems they are indeed after you," Yin Wei said seriously. "Yeah, and the boundary suppression is here too. It's centered around her. She's determined to succeed," Nangong was said in a deep voice. Yin Wei smiled slightly. "The plan has changed. Luckily, we still have a chance to turn the tables." "A chance to turn the tables?" Nangong Hua was momentarily stunned. "The person you're after, is he here too?" "Yes. If he's willing to offer his blood, we won't lose," Yin Wei said with a smile. "We're almost ready. We just need a special blood wish to connect with the blood pool and make it our own. Once that person wakes up, having enough blood wishes will break through the total talent cap. But there's a big problem." Nangong Hua pointed to his head. "Yeah, that is a big problem. Besides, we also need to deal with the top disciple to break through the cultivation suppression, escape from the underground city, and return to the sea fog cave as quickly as possible. That way, we'll be safer. After that, we'll have to find a way to enter the blood pool while avoiding the Heavenly Notes sect. The most difficult part is the first one. When these people return, we'll be hunted down. But if we want to break the boundary suppression, we have to kill the top disciple. She's ruthless to the point where she treats herself as the core of everything. If she doesn't die, no one can surpass the late stage of the return to Void Realm," Yin Wei said. "Leave that to me. No matter how strong she is, she can't win against me. If nothing else, I could take her down with me. At that time, everything else will be up to you," Nangong was said. "That will be a loss." Yin Wei frowned. "Ending it here is too hasty." "Yes," Nangong was sighed. "But there's nothing we can do for now. Who would have thought the Heavenly Notes sect would be this ruthless? I only contacted her just once, and Lung Wushuang is already after me. She's indeed extraordinary. The Heavenly Notes sect isn't that strong, but the people here are not to be trifled with. There's so many treasures here. What first-rate sect has so many treasures? That's so unlikely for a sect that's only about 100 years old. Let's not dwell on that. We can't delay any longer. The more we delay, the worse it'll be for us. Do you have a way to break the surveillance from the law enforcement hall?" Nangong asked. "I brought this." Yin Wei took out a leaf and smiled. "With this, the law enforcement hall won't be able to detect us here for a while. We have plenty of time." "A leaf that deceives the eye." Nangong was surprised. "You actually brought this thing with you?" Yin Wei waved the leaf. After a moment, the skies seemed to be covered by something. "Let's go," Yin Wei whispered. They were ready to make a move. At the same time, Jiang Hao suddenly paused. From the beginning, he could sense that there were treasures in the sky above that were monitoring the situation below. It was the sole reason he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. But in an instant, that sensation disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky in confusion. Is the surveillance hidden? Or did someone block this place from surveillance? Jiang Hao thought it was the latter. Without hesitation, he concealed his presence and hid in the shadows. If it's the latter, it means someone here is ready to fight to the death. Chapter 714. The best way to be safe is to advance further. Jiang Hao stopped moving. Although he still held the compass in his hand, it didn't emit any noticeable aura. He decided to pay close attention to it. It must be the people that senior sister Lung is looking toward. I just don't know why they suddenly took action. Did they discover something or realize they have no way out? If it was the former, that would still be manageable. If it was the latter, they would resort to desperate measures. It was most likely the latter, based on the sudden disappearance of surveillance. It doesn't matter if senior sister Lung doesn't find them, because they will try to find her. He'll just stay here and watch. However, his insufficient cultivation realm made him somewhat uneasy. Senior sister Lung was in the late stage of the return to Void Realm, and the people she was looking for should also be in the same realm because of the suppression effect. Late stage of the return to Void Realm. Jiang Hao looked at his interface. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 34. Cultivation, middle stage of the return to Void Realm. Cultivation method, Heavenly Sound 100 Revolutions, Hong Ming Heart Sutra. Divine ability, 9 Revolutions Death Substitution. Unique, Daily Appraisal, Clear and Pure Heart. Reappearance of Hidden Spirit, Divine Might. Revival of Withered Tree, Heavenly Cauldron. Indestructible Vajra Lifeblood. 100 can be cultivated. Cultivation, 98/100 can be cultivated. Divine abilities, 1/3 cannot be obtained. Golden Legend, 1/2 cannot be obtained. Just 2 blue bubbles away. He was so close. He wondered how he could find 2 bubbles to bridge the gap and advance. Without any ores, herbs, or spirit beasts here, how could he find bubbles? Should he rely on luck? That was unlikely. Even if he found 1 bubble because of luck, he would still need another. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Even though there are no ores or herbs, there are treasures here. But I wonder if this treasure has been cleaned in a long while. He also had to consider whether he would be discovered. He would be in deep trouble if that happened. It was a risky move. After some hesitation, Jiang Hao took out the 1,000 Faces treasure fan. He transformed into a scholarly-looking young man. Purple energy enveloped him at this moment. He used the Breath Concealment Talisman and the Heavenly Secrets Hidden Talisman. Once he was done doing that, Jiang Hao placed the compass in a concealed location. If the person he wanted to find passed by, it would be easier to locate them at this spot. Then, it would depend on whether senior sister Lung could arrive in time. He believed that she would agree with his thoughts. After that, Jiang Hao disappeared from his original spot. He headed for the sky. It was now close to midnight, and his divine ability would be available soon. If everything worked out, he could appraise the treasure. With the concealment talismans that he had used, there should be no one in the area who could see through him. Upon reaching high up, Jiang Hao slowed further down. He still didn't sense any magical treasure, nor did he feel like he was being spied upon. When he looked down from that vantage, he saw a fist-sized iron ball. It had spiritual energy fluctuations on it. On top of the iron ball, there was a leaf that seemed to conceal its power. Jiang Hao waited till it was after midnight for his ability to regenerate. He then used it. Heavenly Essence True Eye, a complementary treasure to the Heavenly Essence Soul modeling mirror. It can see through disguises and peer into the secrets of the heavens. In a non-activated state, it can sense changes in spiritual energy and general movement in the surroundings. Currently, it's covered by a leaf that deceives the eye and cannot sense the surroundings. It can still detect something if spiritual energy touches it. Heavenly Essence True Eye. If it was related to the Heavenly Essence Soul modeling mirror, then it wasn't a fake. Jiang Hao was surprised, but he felt that this was a good thing. If it were a fake, it would be hard to obtain a blue bubble. Furthermore, the fact that it was in a non-activated state provided him with an opportunity. I wonder if it has ever been cleaned. Jiang Hao walked over and touched it with his hand. There was no dust covering it. However, it felt like it hadn't been touched in many years. He'll give it a try. Because he had suppressed his spiritual energy, he wouldn't be detected when touching it. He took out a cloth that had been used to wipe the Heavenly Blade and Xin Yuan sword and began to wipe the Heavenly Essence Eye gently. He was careful not to accidentally touch the leaf. Otherwise, he would be detected in an instant. After wiping it halfway, a bubble popped up. Cultivation +1. There's 1. Jiang Hao continued to wipe. Soon, another bubble fell from it. Strength +1. It's just a white one. What a pity. Jiang Hao continued wiping the treasure. Soon, he was almost done, but no extra bubbles popped up. Jiang Hao was a little worried. What if no more bubbles appeared? The moment he finished wiping, another blue bubble spawned. Cultivation +1. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he packed up his belongings and returned to the underground tunnels. He took out his heavenly blade and dug a hole in a spot. Then he hid inside. He also took out the Immortal Mountain Sea Shield and placed it around him. This was to prevent anyone from approaching and to guard against sudden attacks. There were no strong individuals in this place who had surpassed the return to Void Realm. It would take a long time for an attacker to break through the defenses of the Immortal Mountain Sea Shield. Jiang Hao extracted all of his cultivation and lifeblood. His body was filled with immense spiritual energy and lifeblood, and the Hongming Sutra began to circulate. Lung Wushuang stood in the mist and sensed everything around her. It's been so long. I'm starting to get anxious. She glared at the sky. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? In my cultivation realm, even if you were once immortal, you'll be defeated. She suddenly sensed something that surprised her. Is this a deliberate attempt to lure me over? Whose compass is this? She used her perception and found out that it was Jiang Hao's compass. He doesn't seem like someone stupid. With so many achievements, he definitely knows how to protect himself. Is that why he threw away the compass? Lung Wushuang wondered. She didn't care. Sometimes, leaving something behind could have a better effect than carrying it around. Moreover, she had also placed these things elsewhere. The 5 people were just a part of the puzzle. How could she place all her hopes on these 5 people? Without thinking further, she took a step in the direction of the compass. Did he set up a trap to lure me there? Lung Wushuang smiled and quickly disappeared from her original spot. On the other side of the tunnel, Nangonghua looked at the compass. She really doesn't take us seriously. She's coming over so confidently without any regard for the traps we've set up here. She's the top disciple. Of course, she is confident. Perhaps a little overconfident, Yin Wei frowned. I have to go find Jiang Hao. If he's here, it won't take long for me to find him. You better hurry. I'm not sure about the situation here, said Nangonghua seriously. Lung Wushuang's confidence made him uneasy. He didn't want to underestimate her. The traps still needed to be set up. Winning safely was the best course of action for now. Chapter 7:15. Bloom and Massacre. Lung Wushuang walked along the passage. She walked fast. Whenever she passed, there was a feeling of lingering chill, as if the mist was getting denser. That condensed fog had immense power. After some time, she arrived near the compass. When she stopped, she saw a compass in the middle of the path. It looked as though it was left carelessly. There were various spiritual fluctuations around the compass. A remarkable method. These spiritual fluctuations seemed ordinary, but they gave a clear sense of threat. Lung Wushuang approached the compass without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she reached the edge of the compass. She immediately reached out and picked up the compass. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, and an enormous force swept in like a tide with every breath. It could completely engulf her within a single breath. Suddenly, the chilly breath spread, followed by a cracking sound. Everything froze. In the blink of an eye, the surging power turned into ice. Layer upon layer of cold waves crashed. Lung Wushuang was like a leaf in a vast sea. She was about to be devoured. At that moment, Nangonghua appeared amidst the waves. Lung Wushuang, you're overconfident for your own good. You knew it was a trap, and you knew where the trap was, yet you willingly walked into it. You are the most arrogant person I've ever met. You are arrogant to the point of foolishness. Lung Wushuang smiled. Am I really arrogant? If I weren't arrogant, how could you dare to come out? If I didn't enter the trap and put myself at a disadvantage, would you have shown yourself? By giving you hope, I was able to find you. In that case, you shall die. Nangonghua roared. Lung Wushuang looked at everything without emotion, and her aura surged. At that moment, the coldness in her eyes intensified. Why bother? In my realm, you are nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She raised her hand and pressed it toward the 1,000 waves. Crack! An extremely cold power burst forth and then spread madly. Waves that approached were frozen in an instant, and the freezing spread through the waves like an infection. Nangonghua was not surprised. He clenched his fists and struck the ground. Break! Boom! Countless earth spikes rose from the ground and broke the ice. They shattered the frozen extensions. Powerful forces collided and caused tremors in the surrounding area. Lung Wushuang frowned. You're not alone. The power here exceeds your capability. Ha ha ha. Nan Gonghua laughed. Can you guess how many of us are here? 10. 8. Can you guess if they're watching you secretly and ready to attack at any sign of weakness? Trying to fluster me? Lung Wushuang moved lightly forward, and her figure disappeared like a gust of cold wind. She reappeared in front of Nan Gonghua as the coldness emanated from her palm. How is that working out for you? The sudden palm strike made Nan Gonghua's vision blur. Then, he clenched his fists and covered his arms with flames. Boom! The two forces collided, and both of them retreated a bit. However, Lung Wushuang disappeared again and launched another attack. Her figure kept appearing and disappearing and suddenly launched continuous attacks on Nan Gonghua. He could only try to counterattack by using 1,000 waves to defend himself. However, the freezing power continued to suppress the waves. Nan Gonghua gritted his teeth, and flames erupted all over his body. He used his secret techniques and instantly caught up with her. He also used his previous advantages to begin a counterattack. His strength was formidable, as though he had risen from the dead. Lung Wushuang was astonished. He was determined to win. Under the waves, the two forces clashed continuously. One used fists to attack, while the other used palm strikes. Fists and palms alternated, and their powers clashed. It caused deafening explosions. The surrounding buildings collapsed as a result. The pressure of the powerful forces exhausted Nan Gonghua, but it also reignited his long-lost fighting spirit. Lung Wushuang, I have been through hundreds of battles and am still alive. You are destined to lose to me. Lung Wushuang took a step back and suddenly smiled. You've gone through hundreds of battles? Is that something to be proud of? Just 100 battles. Do you know what I've been through? As she spoke, she attacked again, and the power in her hand became even more icy. I was born in a demonic sect and had to fight with others to become stronger. One day, our sect faced a calamity, and someone came to exterminate the sect. Do you know how desperate I was? After being severely injured, I thought I was going to die, but then my master found me and took me with her. I thought I had joined a righteous sect, but it turned out to be another demonic sect. The battles didn't stop. They were even more terrifying than before. Lung Wushuang's aura surged, and she rose into the air. Back then, we fought almost every month. I was weak and forced to fight people stronger than me, but I survived every time. After that, I became stronger through every battle. I emerged from a pile of corpses, walked through a river of blood, and killed so many people that it exceeded the number of people in my previous sect. The Heavenly Notes sect has 10 top disciples. Do you know how we became top disciples? It's because there were only a few of us, and over these decades of continuous warfare, we blossomed in the midst of slaughter. Lung Wushuang looked down at Nan Gonghua with an icy gaze. I don't know how strong you were before, but sooner or later, I will surpass you. At your peak, you're not my equal. Similarly, at our level, you will be nothing more than my defeated subordinate. Nan Gonghua looked at the woman in midair and felt shocked. The coldness emanating from her was not from an ordinary sect disciple. It was the result of countless experiences of life and death. In just a few hundred years, how many battles did the sect fight? Suddenly, Nan Gonghua remembered that the Heavenly Notes sect had either actively participated in conflicts or been besieged by others in recent years. They had indeed been in continuous warfare. But the fact that others were strong did not mean he was weak. Lung Wushuang still had to die. In an instant, two immense forces erupted and shook the surroundings. Time passed very fast. Jiang Hao was unaware of how long it had been. He felt the strength in his body gradually gathering. A significantly increased spiritual energy circulated throughout his entire being. This newfound power brought him great joy. Before long, his breathing steadied. Jiang Hao emerged from his meditation. As he opened his eyes, he realized he had successfully advanced. Without hesitation, he swiftly refined the remaining cultivation to strengthen his powers. Having just advanced, his strength was not yet sufficient. Fighting without refining the cultivation properly could prove fatal. Rumble, fortunately, it didn't have any impact on him. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Luckily, my cultivation has stabilized. Jianghao was quite pleased, though he needed time to familiarize himself with this new stage of his cultivation realm. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura flashed. An icy, cold aura? Jianghao put away the immortal mountain sea shield. He felt the chill in the air. It must be Senior Sister Long. She's so powerful. He couldn't help but be in awe as he looked into the distance. The situation had escalated to a degree that might have attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall. After some hesitation, he removed all signs of his cultivation and reverted to his normal state. His cultivation was now at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. With the law enforcement hall, there was no need to worry about the situation. If someone caused trouble, his actual cultivation realm was enough to handle it. The immediate priority was to find a place to hide. Moments later, Jianghao arrived at a nearby building and planned to wait there for a while to assess the situation. He would then consider his next move. However, shortly after stopping, he noticed someone approaching. Furthermore, he heard a voice. "Junior brother Jiang, you are more difficult to find than I expected." Chapter 7:16. The Heaven Lock Technique. Jianghao frowned when he saw the person appear suddenly. The other party's concealed aura was incredibly strong. Among the many undercover agents, few could surpass this person. Moreover, their strength seemed as bright as the sun in the darkness. They were disguised as a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator calls me junior brother? Jianghao looked at the person. Do we know each other? It was not uncommon for a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator to address him as junior brother, but this person must have known him from way before. For instance, Senior Sister Xayue was still in the late stage or peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Even now, he addressed her as Senior Sister. If they hadn't known each other before, Jianghao might have addressed her as Junior Sister instead. He didn't recognize this person. He would surely remember if he had met someone this powerful before. Oh, I was hasty. Inwei then adjusted his cultivation to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Is this acceptable if I want to call you junior brother? Jianghao nodded. He had intended to use his daily appraisal ability to identify the person, but he realized that his recent advancement had gone so smoothly that it was already late at night. Junior brother, what trouble did you cause that made you hide so well? Inwei asked curiously. Who are you, senior brother? Jianghao asked. I'm Inwei, Inwei said politely. Inwei? Jianghao was surprised. Why were you looking for me, senior brother? Rumble. In the distance, there was a tremor of power. Jianghao could sense that the two powers were clashing, and the cold dominated everything. Inwei also noticed it. He sighed. The top disciple of the Heavenly Notes sect is indeed remarkable. Yes. Jianghao nodded. Senior Sister Lung's strength is truly astonishing. The top 10 disciples were all quite extraordinary, at least in terms of combat. Even someone as powerful as Senior Brother Bai Yi or Senior Brother Chen Shun would be inadequate when compared to the top 10 disciples. They weren't weak themselves. One was the peak master of alchemy, and the other had created a unique path of the Blood Wish path. Compared to them, his only advantages were faster cultivation and some decent combat ability. Do you know how strong she is? Inwei asked curiously. I do. Jianghao nodded. Inwei had been observing him for some time, so there was no need to hide things from him. Being the subject of someone's attention was not a good thing and could easily lead to danger. Therefore, many times he would eliminate potential threats in advance. I see, Inwei said. I don't have much time left, so I want to take you out of here. Take me out of here, Jianghao asked. But why? Because of the Blood Wish path. I need a special kind of blood, said Inwei truthfully. A special kind of blood? Jianghao thought for a moment. But I don't use the Blood Wish path. Perhaps you truly don't know. Inwei as he stared at Jiang Hao. You are definitely suited for the Blood Wish path. If you earn it, you definitely won't be an ordinary cultivator in the Blood Wish path. Do I have a talent for it? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. I've seen many practitioners of the Blood Wish path, and none of them are like you, Inwei said. So, even if you're not a Blood Wish path practitioner, I still want to take you with me. Jiang Hao understood that whether he was a Blood Wish path practitioner or not was now irrelevant. Inwei would take him along anyway. Moreover, it appeared that Senior Sister Lung was looking for Inwei's group. After thinking for a moment, he asked, If I go with you, what will happen to me? You will die, Inwei said truthfully. With a sigh, Jiang Hao said, In that case, I can't agree to the offer, senior brother. I know. That's why I'll use force if you don't come with me willingly. Inwei took a step forward. However, he suddenly stepped back. Jiang Hao was startled. Senior brother, you are quite impressive. What has happened? Inwei asked. He had nearly been sealed away. It's my divine ability, said Jiang Hao. Inwei was the first person to escape from his heavenly cauldron. He was far from ordinary. Divine ability? It's so powerful. Inwei seemed to have realized something. You're not really in the Golden Core realm, are you? I'm not. Jiang Hao shook his head. You're in your 30s, right? Inwei asked. Yes. You're really not a practitioner of the Blood Wish path. Then, how did you advance so quickly? Jiang Hao lowered his head, but didn't answer the question. Instead, he looked at the other person. At that moment, he had a blade in his hand. It was the primordial heavenly blade. Do you know who I am? Inwei asked curiously. You're a member of the Saint Bandits from the Heavenly Spirit tribe, Jiang Hao said. Yes. Do you know what our goal is? To break the limits of the races and achieve unity under the heavens. You know that. Inwei was shocked, but the next moment, the other person vanished. He quickly defended his vulnerable spots. Sure enough, a blade swept near his neck, but he narrowly avoided it. The attack was very powerful. If he hadn't dodged it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was about to retreat, but Jiang Hao appeared once again. The blade swung. There was a flash of moonlight. Inwei frowned. Junior brother, you're getting too close. You're not taking me seriously. Then, he formed 2 fingers into a sword and stabbed. The knife was severed from his left hand, but his right hand had already touched Jiang Hao's body. With a clank, both of them took a step back. Inwei was astonished. What just happened? An impenetrable defense? However, the opponent's blade struck again. It descended like 100,000 mountains, and the terrifying power of it left him in awe. Both were in the late stage of return to Void Realm. The opponent's power was somewhat strange. Not daring to hold back any longer, Inwei crushed his own heart and allowed the stolen power to flow throughout his body. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his arm became as strong as a pillar. It struck back against the terrifying blade. Boom! Both sides were forced to retreat a few steps, but Inwei knew the opponent would attack again and was prepared for it. Suddenly, a surge of even greater power erupted. A figure moved with incredible speed behind him. A blade pierced through his body before he could react. It was so fast that he hadn't even gotten the time to react. What kind of return to Void Realm practitioner was this? Just when he was about to fight back, the figure appeared in front of him. The sword pierced his body. Then, more swords shot out from all directions. It pierced his limbs and ran through his body. Finally, a long spear pinned him to the stone wall. He was about to run out of time. He no longer hesitated and was ready to self-destruct to alert Nangong Hua. Hopefully, he would be able to escape. This person was terrifying. Fortunately, his self-destruction process wouldn't be interrupted. It was a talent given to him. If he decided to self-destruct, only he could stop the process and no one else. In an instant, his talent ignited. A power erupted. You can't stop this. Run! Inwei shouted. His main goal was not to kill the opponent. He was self-destructing to give Nangong Hua a slim chance at survival. His self-destruction would trigger a series of effects. However, just as he thought his self-destruction ability was about to succeed, a hand pressed on his chest. The previously raging power was suddenly quelled. The explosion had been stopped. The person who had stopped it was none other than Jiang Hao. How is this possible? In his understanding, there was only one person capable of stopping the explosion of self-destructive talent, someone who had learned the Heaven Lock technique. At that moment, he looked at Jiang Hao again, and his mind was in turmoil. Chapter 717. I'm in a hurry, so I won't keep you long. When Jiang Hao took out the heavenly blade, he was already thinking about how to kill his opponent. Wei was different from all the others he had fought. His perception was extraordinarily strong. It was so strong that even the heavenly cauldron couldn't hold him. A person like him had to be treated with caution. Therefore, he chose to attack when Wei was in shock. However, even that approach had failed. It was nearly impossible to strike a fatal blow. So he decided to target Wei's body, injure him, and severely weaken him before delivering the final blow. He also needed to be prepared for his opponent's self-destruction ability. However, Wei's self-destruction ability was unique and couldn't be stopped easily. But there was something familiar about it. It was related to Heaven Lock. After realizing that, he understood that this self-destruction ability was unique to the Saint Bandits. For anyone else, this might not be a problem, but Wei's self-destruction was exceptionally powerful and made him uneasy. In the same realm, he had never encountered such a formidable individual before. Luckily, he had learned the Heaven Lock technique, which allowed him to stop the explosion in time. Otherwise, he might have drawn unwanted attention from others. How did you learn Heaven Lock? Wei couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the man before him. From the beginning, this person had been unusually calm. Wei was startled. It seemed that nothing could faze Jiang Hao. I saw it, and then I learned it, Jiang Hao said calmly. Saw it? Heaven Lock? Did you find it somewhere? Did you learn it just by seeing it once? Wei was in disbelief. Jiang Hao nodded slowly, but didn't answer. In an instant, Wei felt despair. What had he been thinking? He had been trying to kill someone who knew Heaven Lock. The entire world was filled with practitioners of the Blood Wish path. But when it came to Heaven Lock, there was only one. No matter how talented or knowledgeable a person was, if they couldn't learn Heaven Lock, then they couldn't use it at all. There was no other way. Do you know why I want to learn the Blood Wish path? Wei asked. What? Jiang Hao asked. Because of the blood pool. Do you know about the blood pool? Wei asked. The blood pool under the Devil's Den? Jiang Hao asked. It seems you do. Yes, that's the blood pool. It nurtures the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Back in the day, countless powerhouses bled, and various races fought. The blood pool was used for it all. Nowadays, it's a gathering place for all races. If you can control the blood pool, you essentially gain the right to influence the talents of all races. But you need to be careful of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. If it's taken, the person who holds it will gain control over the blood pool, Wei said. His voice got weaker. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and realized that time was running out. He appraised Wei. Wei knew too much at this point. Jiang Hao needed to see if the opponent had any hidden cards. If so, he had to figure out how to deal with any potential threats. If there were none, he could ensure that the opponent understood why he was going to die. Wei, a member of the Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He is also a Saint Bandit. He woke up from the deep sea. In the underground city, his cultivation realm was suppressed to the late stage of the return to Void Realm. Right now, he is grateful that hell die by your hands and not the other way around. Someone who knows the Heaven Lock technique is a glimmer of hope for the Saint Bandits. No one among the Saint Bandits would willingly become your enemy. He shared the information about the blood pool and the blood wish path because he wanted to plant a seed in your heart, a seed that could revolutionize the world of cultivation. You don't have to act on it, but you should be aware that you have the potential. Perhaps one day, you will take action. He's prepared to die here. Even though his plan has failed, he gained more knowledge and insight from this encounter. Jiang Hao was surprised by the high status of the Heaven Lock technique among the Saint Bandits. Nonetheless, it was understandable considering its extraordinary nature. He was also fortunate that Wei had no avatars or hidden cards. This way, everything would end here, and no one would know any better. That was the most important thing. Jiang Hao was also concerned about the blood pool. It was the place where the heavenly fate misfortune pearl originated. It was no wonder he could enter the pool without any difficulties. He had the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. That was why he had been able to control that place so effortlessly. If your people use the blood pool, will it affect the person who has the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Jiang Hao asked. There's no need for us to do anything to them. People who possess the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, even if it is sealed, will be influenced by the pearl. They'll eventually perish, Yin Wei said weakly. Jiang Hao sighed and then took out the pearl. Can you just answer me? Upon seeing the pearl, Yin Wei first looked stunned and terrified. It didn't seem surprising to him, but he was still horrified to see the pearl so close. What kind of monster was he after? Will the blood pool affect it? Jiang Hao asked once more. No, because the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is the core of everything. The blood pool is controlled by the pearl, Yin Wei said as he looked at Jiang Hao with fear. With the heavenly fate misfortune pearl in his possession, there was no need for the blood wish path. This man, he was a natural saint bandit. Is there anything else you want to say? Jiang Hao asked. If the heavenly fate misfortune pearl really wasn't affected by the blood pool, everything was fine. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. He felt like he had no control over his life and death. After all, if the heavenly fate misfortune pearl made too much commotion, he wouldn't be able to suppress it, which would lead to dire consequences. So, avoiding contact with the saint bandits was of utmost importance. He needed to quickly resolve the matters here and then hide. Once Senior Sister Lung's task was completed, there was a chance that he could leave from here. With the assurance of the top disciple regarding his contribution, the law enforcement hall won't be able to hold him here for long. The person who's fighting the top disciple is also one of our people. Right now, he might be considering self-destruction. I hope you can go and see him. Yin Wei lowered his head to look at the bloodstains on his body. I'm not asking you to save him, but I hope you can stop him from self-destructing. It won't benefit you if Lung Wushuang dies. If she dies, the sect will use the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror to find out what happened. Jiang Hao lowered his head. If he hadn't taken action, he wouldn't have to care about the divine mirror. However, now that he had fought, the mirror would give him away. It seems I don't have much time left, Jiang Hao said while looking at Yin Wei. Yes, you don't have much time left. Yin Wei nodded. Then his sword rose and fell. I'm in a hurry, so I won't keep you long. The heavenly cauldron dissipated. A fan fell into Jiang Hao's hand, and he vanished from the spot. On the other side, Lung Wushuang was covered in blood. Some of that blood was hers, but most of it was of someone else's. You lost, she said icily as she stared at the man in front of her without emotion. I really didn't expect you to be this strong, said Nangonghua. He was covered in injuries. How did you even sense me? My junior sister is unique. It wasn't me who found you. It was her, said Lung Wushuang calmly. I merely noticed her unusual situation and, in passing, helped her resolve her troubles. Chapter 718. I am a good person, she can sense me? Nangonghua was a little surprised. Don't be surprised. There are many things you don't know. That's why you're here in this state, said Lung Wushuang calmly. What about you? Nangonghua sneered. Do you think you'll die here? No, you will die here, Lung Wushuang said confidently. Nangonghua burst into laughter. You're really confident. What now? How do you plan to deal with me? Nangonghua first ignited his own cultivation and then ignited the talent bestowed upon him. Since I started following that person, I knew that I would end up here. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of dying in vain. Getting to kill a genius like you is good enough for me. I have no regrets. The flames burned, and a powerful force erupted. If he succeeded, he would destroy everything around him. Lung Wushuang would naturally not let him succeed. In an instant, an icy aura spread and rushed toward Nangonghua. It rapidly extinguished the flames on him. You think this is enough? You can't stop me. Nangonghua shouted. Then, the flames grew even hotter, and the fierce aura became even more intense than before. Is that so? Lung Wushuang's voice was cold. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding mist moved with her. Why do you think this mist exists? From the beginning, you've been in my domain. Extreme chill began to gather from all directions. Nangong was enveloped by the cold air, and the mist emanated from him as if he had it in his body from the very beginning. At that moment, Lung Wushuang's eyes glowed faintly, and many runes appeared on her body. Her power began to increase. The body of the martial god appeared. Within her domain, no one could self-destruct. Nangong was stunned. He was frozen now, and his power couldn't erupt. It was a stalemate. The only fortunate thing was that his self-destructive ability was accumulating and weakening the opponent's power. It's useless. You can't stop me. His divine sense transmitted a voice. Lung Wushuang walked over to him. She was covered in runes. This is not an ordinary self-destruction ability. Otherwise, it would have been extinguished by now. She sighed. At that moment, she could only suppress it for a while and couldn't entirely stop it. Once the power of the body of the martial god dissipated, this place would be blown apart by powerful force. It was quite troublesome. Nangong also sighed inwardly. He thought he could take the person in front of him down with him, but he had underestimated her. At that moment, there was no one to stop the person in front of him from leaving. If she escaped far away from here, his self-destruction would be meaningless. Now, he could only rely on Yinwei. "Are you thinking about Yinwei?" asked a voice. This sudden and clear voice made him pause. Even Lung Wushuang was surprised. They looked toward the source of the voice. It was a scholarly-looking young man with a beautiful fan. He seemed frail, but his aura was exceptionally strong. He was at the late stage of the return to Void Realm. At that moment, they didn't know whether the person in front of them was truly in the late stage of the return to Void Realm, or if his aura had been suppressed to that realm. "Who are you?" Lung Wushuang asked. "I came here to find him." Jiang Hao pointed to the frozen Nangong with his folded fan. "Is he an accomplice?" Lung Wushuang asked. "No. His accomplice did send me here, though," said Jiang Hao. "Yinwei?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "Where's Yinwei?" asked Nangong. Jiang Hao smiled. "I was short on time, so I didn't keep him hanging on for long." "What do you mean?" Nangong asked. "He might be waiting for you," Jiang Hao said. "He asked me to tell you to give up your self-destruction. He is waiting for you to go with him." "Impossible. You are no match for Yinwei at all." Nangong was in disbelief. He knew Yinwei's strength very well and was sure that he couldn't be killed so easily. Yes, he was just as confident as you at first, but he changed his mind later. Jiang Hao approached Nangong. He placed his hand on Nangong's chest. Nangong, who was about to respond sarcastically, suddenly froze. Then he stared at Jiang Hao. He looked scared. Soon, the flames of his self-destructive ability began to dissipate little by little. Ew. And Nangong wasn't angry anymore. He looked at Jiang Hao and said with a bitter smile, "Has Yinwei already gone before me?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. At that point, his mission was complete. The self-destruction had been prevented. I see. It was kind of him to send you here." "Thank you," said Nangong. "He knew it before me." "We don't have much time, and I won't keep you either," Jiang Hao said calmly. "Yes, I need to go find Yinwei as well," Nangong said. Then a blade swung down. Jiang Hao turned and left, while Nangong crumbled like shattered ice. Lung Wushuang, who had been silent all along, remained so even after Nangong's death. It was only when she saw Jiang Hao was about to leave that she asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Hao turned to look at his senior sister and smiled. "Me? I'm a good person. I was worried that Yinwei wouldn't have any company, so I came here to make sure he had his friend with him in death." Lung Wushuang furrowed her eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. The man in front of her left on his own. In an instant, he disappeared. There was no way to perceive his disappearance. There was no trace of him anywhere. It was only at this moment that Lung Wushuang lowered her gaze to look at Nangong. She then picked up his storage treasure. So powerful, yet not even a single spirit stone. In a corner of the underground city, Jiang Hao's figure slowly appeared. Then A ring flew up and landed on his wrist. He had left it there earlier, so that senior sister Lung wouldn't know where he escaped from. This way, there wouldn't be any suspicions. Of course, the most important thing was that smiling Sansheng had left that way, not him. If someone wanted to investigate the matter, they would only find smiling Sansheng. That wouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Hao. After making sure there were no issues in the surroundings, Jiang Hao looked up into the sky. He activated a spell. He then reached into the sky. Soon, a leaf fell from above and landed in his hand. It was the leaf that could deceive the eye. Chapter 719. Pressure from the lawless tower. This simple leaf obscures everything. Though it was just a magical treasure, it had its own charm. He already knew how to use it because Inwei had told him. This magical treasure was impressive. It could conceal a certain area, and the effect was not bad. The only thing he didn't know about was how long it lasted and the side effects of using it. Even the most powerful magical treasures couldn't be used by everyone. If I was a treasure that everyone could use, there were always restrictions. This one was user-friendly with minimal consumption. It has practically no restrictions. As far as Jiang Hao knew, only the daily appraisal ability consumed very little spiritual energy while being used. Other abilities were either slow or consumed a lot of energy. The indestructible Vajra consumed lifeblood, but not very excessively. That ability was very useful. He had used it against Inwei. When the indestructible Vajra was used with the immortal Mountain Sea shield, it was even more powerful. The shield was powerful from before, but now it was astonishing. If he restricted everything else and fully activated the indestructible Vajra, it might yield even more surprising results. After sealing the leaf of concealment with purple energy, Jiang Hao put it away. He needed to appraise it tomorrow to ensure it was safe to use. It seemed the Saint Bandits were not particularly wealthy. Now that the mist had dispersed, he hesitated for a moment before retrieving his compass. He needed to report to Senior Sister Lung. However, when he went there, he found the compass near the spot where Senior Sister Lung had been fighting. As soon as he arrived, he saw Senior Sister Lung there. She was trying to calm her breathing. She immediately noticed his presence. Senior Sister Lung, Jiang Hao said respectfully. Lung Wushuang looked at him. The mist has cleared. Do you feel like you completed your task? Are you here for the compass? Jiang Hao didn't answer. He waited for her to continue. Do you still have the map? Lung Wushuang asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. In that case, leave through the exit. If you follow my instructions, they will let you pass, Lung Wushuang said. Jiang Hao took out the map and looked at it in disbelief. Is the marked exit real? Thank you, Senior Sister. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He would follow her instructions. Even if he couldn't leave, they wouldn't be able to keep him here for long. If they didn't use the Heavenly Essence Soul modeling mirror, it would be challenging to track him. After bidding farewell to her, he left. Lung Wushuang didn't say much. A little while later, Jiang Hao arrived at the exit. It seemed like a fight had broken out here. Blood stained the ground. When he appeared, a return to Void Realm cultivator blocked his way. Are you leaving, junior brother? Asked a scary-looking middle-aged man. Senior Sister Lung asked me to go through here, Jiang Hao said and handed over the map. Which branch are you from? The man who received the map had a deep voice. I'm Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He then sighed in frustration. Come with me, he said. He'll see you out. As they walked, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, you seem troubled. Is everything okay? It's because of you, junior brother. Your matter has caused quite a controversy. The Lawless Tower is demanding your release, and both the Task Hall and the Merit Hall have started making things difficult for us. They say your contributions are outstanding, and even if they aren't very apparent this time, it's not something our law enforcement hall can easily meddle with, said the middle-aged man with a sigh. Now, we're under a lot of pressure, especially since we haven't closed this place yet, and Senior Sister Lung hasn't come out. We can't afford to take risks. So, junior brother, your voluntary exit is really a great relief, and it's all thanks to senior sister Long for allowing you to leave. Do you know many people from the Lawless Tower, junior brother? Asked the man curiously. I used to work in the mines, so I got to know some seniors from there. In the sea fog cave, I met them again and formed a bond, Jiang Hao said vaguely. The middle-aged man understood. I see. That's why your contributions at the sea fog cave were considered outstanding, and you've helped the Lawless Tower quite a bit. Jiang Hao smiled in response. When he saw the sunlight outside, it seemed like an entirely different world. He hadn't spent much time down there, but quite a few things had happened. In Weiss matter had come to an end. Hopefully, the Blood Wish path wouldn't cause him more trouble. However, many people still believed he practiced the Blood Wish path. Some of them would surely seek him out to ask about cultivation problems. While it might be troublesome, these issues weren't very big. The benefits of that assumption were also quite evident. It allowed him to advance without encountering opportunities outside. By following Han Ming's lead, he wouldn't draw too much attention and wouldn't be met with hostility. Han Ming's success would distract others from him. That way, he could tend to the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden in peace. Perhaps the Cliff Master would even let him be in the spirit herb garden forever. After bidding farewell to the senior, Jiang Hao left. By early October, the peach tree had borne fruits. Shaoli hadn't returned to the sect yet, so he needed to pick the fruits and give them away. Luckily, it hadn't been long since he left. Otherwise, if Hong Ye found out he had neglected the flower again, the consequences would be dire. Junior brother Jiang, you're out? Lu Xingchen walked over to him in surprise. Jiang Hao greeted him. At that moment, Lu Xingchen seemed more stable than before, and his aura had also calmed down a little. It would take a long time to get rid of the taint on his soul completely. It's a pity that I can't appraise him. I can't figure out what happened. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He was curious about what Lu Xingchen had been up to. Where have those 3 remnants gone now? Were they consumed completely? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Hao noticed another aura on Lu Xingchen. It carried a hint of malice, but was exceptionally faint. Do you know what happened while you were away, junior brother? Lu Xingchen smiled. Was the sect attacked again? Jiang Hao asked. He looked around. It didn't seem like there had been a fight. It's not an attack. Just a few days after you were detained, representatives from the Lawless Tower visited the Law Enforcement Hall and inquired about your situation. They asked if there was any evidence against you, and since there wasn't any, they demanded your immediate release, Lu Xingchen said excitedly. Then, something happened that hasn't happened in a long time. The Law Enforcement Hall was split 2 ways. The Task Hall and Merit Hall, usually very inactive in the matters of the sect, banded together and demanded the Law Enforcement Hall to release you immediately. Jiang Hao looked at the person in front of him. Lu Xingchen looked very excited as though he had witnessed a great spectacle. However, Jiang Hao was puzzled. Why would the Lawless Tower suddenly make such demands? Why would the Lawless Tower suddenly do that, he asked. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes at Jiang Hao. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that, junior brother? Jiang Hao felt this person before him becoming more and more interested in the matter concerning him. In truth, Jiang Hao really didn't know why the Lawless Tower was putting pressure on the Law Enforcement Hall unless there was something urgent that they required his help with. Chapter 720. A life of honesty and integrity without a blemish on the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower. There was a commotion. Oomph. You demon cultists. Do you think you can get information from me? I have never bowed to the demonic sect in my entire life. Even if you kill me today, I want talk. If you want to torture me, bring it on. Whatever inhumane torture you have in mind, it will only strengthen my resolve. I would rather die than yield, and I will never bow to the darkness. Insha stared at the middle-aged man with a white beard. Senior, why bother? We haven't forced you to go against your righteous beliefs. We just want to know who provided you with information. Ridiculous. You are a mere demonic sect. You think I will tell you about the information I received? Wouldn't that harm the one who gave me the information? But they might not be a good person. They could also be a villain with blood on their hands. We just want their information, Insha said seriously. Oomph. Are you trying to say you're good? Impossible. This is a demonic sect. The Heavenly Note sect is wicked through, and everyone here should just die. I abhor evil, and I will never assist the wicked, the middle-aged man said. I'm unmarried and have never taken a disciple under my wing. I have no one you can threaten me with. I don't have any weaknesses for you to exploit. My life has been one of honesty and integrity. Demons have no power over me. Are you saying that your entire life has been without a blemish? Insha asked. Yes, my whole life has been one of honesty and integrity without any stains. If it wasn't the case, would you be asking me this now? The middle-aged man asked. Insha frowned. She then turned and left. Once Insha left, the man looked at the other 5 people and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Zhang Yang from the Sunset Immortal Sect. I came to attack the Heavenly Notes Sect, but it seems that you are all experts here. I'm Zhuang Yuzhen from the Divine Corpse GD Sect. Heavenly King Hai Luo from the Heavenly River region. I'm Nan Gongyu, a Saint Bandit. I'm Master Wu Yang of the Heavenly Tower. I'm Yin Zichen of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect. Zhang Yang was astonished. The backgrounds of each of these people were quite extraordinary. Even someone from the Mountain Sea Sword Sect had been imprisoned. Is your life truly that immaculate? Nan Gongyu asked. Of course. There's nothing that can threaten me. I've long set aside matters of life and death. With the cruelty of the Heavenly Notes Sect, how could I yield? Zhang Yang said. Are you going to say something, Heavenly King Hai Luo? Asked Yin Zichen. Zhuang Yuzhen and Hai Luo hadn't spoken yet. They were curious as well, but they remained silent. There are many people pulled down from their mighty status here. It always made them sigh. Jiang Hao returned to the courtyard and heard voices inside. Beast, I don't see anyone picking the peaches. Is senior brother Jiang planning to leave them here for senior sister? Don't worry. Take them. Even that senior sister will have to respect me. Really, I never lie. I'm a beast of integrity. Jiang Hao walked into the courtyard and saw Xiao Li holding peaches in her hands. With a mouthful, she said, Senior brother? She dropped the peach in her hand. In her panic to catch it, the other peaches in her hand tumbled down too. Xiao Li was at a loss. She stood there and looked at Jiang Hao. You're back, Jiang Hao asked as he picked up the peaches that had rolled toward his feet. I brought you a gift, senior brother. Xiao Li suddenly remembered the gift and took out a box of pastries. I brought something for you too, master, said the spirit beast. The spirit beast took out some meat jerky. It's human jerky. It's incredibly delicious because the meat in it used to be a rich family. Jiang Hao accepted the gifts gratefully. Xiao Li's gift seemed quite ordinary. It wasn't poison this time. That was unusual. After taking a bite, he found it to be decent. It would have been more interesting with a touch of poison, like Xiao Li's usual souvenirs. After eating a piece, he gave the rest to Xiao Li. Judging by how she stared at it, she seemed eager to try them. Thank you, senior brother, Xiao Li said excitedly as she accepted the pastries. Jiang Hao then turned his attention to the jerky. Is this really human jerky? Yes, from a rich family, the spirit beast said. When I appeared in front of those people, they cut a piece of themselves and handed it to me in respect. Can you speak in human language? Jiang Hao sighed. On our way back, we encountered some bandits, said the spirit beast. It seemed they were trying to steal from a rich family. After I arrived, both the bandits and the family were quite polite to me. I just asked for a portion of the beef jerky they had. They said the beef jerky is from cows they reared themselves. It's quite delicious. Jiang Hao took a bite. It was indeed delicious. He then handed the rest to Xiao Li, who jumped in joy. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Hao sat down on a chair and asked them to clean up the fallen peaches first. Did you encounter anything on your way? He asked. Yes, I encountered thieves. They stole the gift I had prepared for you and disappeared. Later, senior sister bought me a replacement, Xiao Li said. Jiang Hao was surprised and asked for more details. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Hao requested to see the dragon pearl. He noticed that some of its power had been depleted and it didn't seem as vibrant as before. Suddenly, he remembered Gui's words. Someone had provoked Xiao Li at that time, and she might not have been a match for them. The dragon pearl had protected its master, and it had instantly incinerated those two people. Xiao Li assumed they just ran away. Jiang Hao chose not to say anything, but asked Xiao Li to keep the dragon pearl safe. He also asked about Hong Yuye. He didn't want to know if Xiao Li had said something to offend her. After that, he decided to prepare himself to reach his peak condition. There were still many things he needed to get ready for. However, before he could return to his preparations, someone sent a communication talisman and asked him to come to the Lawless Tower. He sighed. As expected, they are looking for me for something. I just don't know what it is this time. With a sigh, Jiang Hao decided to go to the Lawless Tower in the middle of the night because he didn't have his appraisal ability yet. Later, at nightfall, Jiang Hao left the courtyard and headed straight to the Lawless Tower. This time, Insha had specifically come down from the higher floor to find him. It seems we have to rely on you again, junior brother, she said. Jiang Hao was right in thinking that it was something urgent. Without senior sister Insha's involvement, he wouldn't have been able to leave the dungeon. It seemed that everyone at the Lawless Tower had been eager to have him released. Although he wanted to help, he couldn't make any promises. Senior sister, you know that my abilities are limited, so I can only do my best. Chapter 721. Your master, what happened? Jiang Hao asked. He would do his best as promised, but he needed to know what was actually going on first. Do you know about the recent attack by the Sunset Immortal sect? Insha asked. I do. Jiang Hao nodded. He was sent out by the sect during that time, so he knew about it. It had been dangerous, but the Pavilion Master had arrived in the nick of time and helped them out. The sect had managed to push the enemies back. But what was the connection between that and why they needed him here? We caught a person. Usually, we wouldn't need to pay much attention to someone like him, but we found something. This person is very stubborn, so we weren't able to get him to talk, said Insha. Are you running out of time? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. The person might escape at any time, so we need information from him as soon as possible, Insha said. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't say anything much. Everything would become clear when he met the person. It was almost time, and the daily appraisal ability would be available soon. He could then get the general information about the prisoner. On the 5th floor, Insha didn't follow Jiang Hao in. Jiang Hao walked alone and headed toward the cell. Seeing this place made him a bit emotional. In the past, there was only Zhuang Yuzhen here. He used to be so unruly. More than 10 years have passed since then. Now, there are more people near. The others who used to be unruly were now better. Zhuang Yuzhen's temperament had also changed greatly. Jiang Hao felt as if he had traveled back in time. Sometimes time passed unknowingly, but when he thought back, everything felt like it had happened just yesterday. This time, everything was silent. Even Heavenly King Hai Luo was unusually quiet. It was really strange. After a while, Jiang Hao saw the people locked up in the cells. There are the usual Zhuang Yuzhen, Heavenly King Hai Luo, Nangong Yu, Wu Yang, and In Zichen. There was another newcomer, Zhang Yang. Friend, nice to meet you again. Have you considered my offer? Wu Yang asked with a smile. Bow down to me as your master, and I can teach you anything you want to learn, In Zichen said. Evil demon. Zhang Yang sneered. Zhuang Yuzhen and Heavenly King Hai Luo didn't speak. Nangong Yu was very curious about what Heavenly King Hai Luo would do this time. Before, Jiang Hao always visited willingly, but this time, they knew he was here for Zhang Yang. Zhuang Yuzhen and Heavenly King Hai Luo were waiting for Jiang Hao to make a move. Jiang Hao just bowed to them, and then walked to the front of Zhang Yang's cell. What are you looking for? Zhang Yang asked. Jiang Hao looked at him and felt that this person was full of righteousness. There was no hypocrisy in his words. This was a good person. He was at least better than most people. Senior, in the sect, you probably aren't very likable, are you? People who were too good weren't very popular. He didn't want to be such a good person, because it was not easy to survive. He had some principles, but that was all. I'm an old man who has lived with honesty and integrity. What do you mean by likable? You think flowery words of a demonic sect can deceive me? said Zhang Yang in an icy voice. Jiang Hao felt that this senior was very stubborn. He sensed that his divine ability was back. He appraised the old man. Zhang Yang, elder of the Sunset Immortal Sect. His cultivation has been absorbed and disintegrated by the Lawless Tower. He is left at only the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. He is straightforward and uncompromising, with a deep hatred of evil. He regards eliminating demons and evil spirits as his mission, and wherever there is evil, he will not hesitate to sacrifice himself to save people. He has conducted himself with integrity and righteousness throughout his life. Only when he was young did he like to read secret books in a room. This is something he is reluctant to mention for the rest of his life. Now that those books have been sealed and locked in a room, he is unwilling to let anyone know about them or himself. He attacked the Heavenly Notes sect because he received a secret letter from Fenghua. The information surprised Jiang Hao. He was a righteous and honest person, but had a small secret. The person who had made him attack the Heavenly Notes sect was Fenghua. What was her purpose? Did she send him here to test the limits of the Heavenly Notes sect? It's not the first time either. Dan Xingzi was here last time for the same thing too. Does the Lawless Tower want me to investigate Fenghua? Jiang Hao did not think about it anymore. He didn't know anything for sure right now. Moreover, with the Heavenly Notes sect investigating the matter, Fenghua wouldn't dare to be so bold. What are you looking at? Zhang Yang asked. Jiang Hao looked at him. Senior, you seem to be very easy to talk to. Do you think you can trick me into saying something useful by pretending to be nice? I have acted with honesty in my life, and I will never do anything that goes against my heart, Zhang Yang said. I heard that the person you're protecting is a notorious villain, a ruthless murderer, and a heartless manipulator, Jiang Hao said seriously. Do you think he'll believe what you say? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Zhang Yang said righteously. The others also looked at Jiang Hao. They felt that this old man wasn't anything special, after all. Jiang Hao didn't mind them and looked at Zhang Yang. He raised his hand and beckoned gently. Although you may not trust me now, Senior, you might be willing to believe me after I say a few words. As soon as they saw the beckoning, King Hai Luo and Zhuang Yuzhen sat up straight. It was finally happening. Nangang Yu also paid attention. Jiang Hao had made the gesture. Whenever he beckoned to the prisoners like that, they submitted to him. Wu Yang and Yin Zichen were puzzled, but they realized that something had changed. King Hai Luo and Zhuang Yuzhen watched with an unwavering gaze in fear that they might miss it. Yin Zichen and Wu Yang, who didn't know what was happening, looked at each other and felt that the crucial moment had arrived. Zhang Yang snorted, but didn't move. Jiang Hao didn't care. He just smiled. Then, a voice reached Zhang Yang's ears. Only he could hear them. Jiang Hao said only 4 words. The disdain on the old man's face disappeared. It was replaced with shock and horror. Senior, do you believe me now? Asked Jiang Hao. It's impossible. Zhang Yang glared at Jiang Hao. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Hao took a step back. It seems that you're still unwilling to trust me. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, Jiang Hao turned and left. Yin Zichen shook his head and sighed. He had thought he was going to see something extraordinary, but it turned out to be nothing. However, shortly after, Zhang Yang slapped the cell door and shouted, "No, I haven't finished speaking yet. Come back. Come back." But Jiang Hao showed no intention of turning back. He walked out of there. "I believe you. I said I believe you." Zhang Yang shouted hysterically as he watched Jiang Hao leave. "Stop him. Quick. Someone stop him." Seeing the sudden turn of events, Wu Yang and Yin Zichen looked at each other in surprise. They were very curious about what Jiang Hao had said to make the old man lose his composure. "Now, he's your master too," said Nangang Yu as she looked at Zhang Yang. Chapter 722, by Yi L.S. Goodwill. I said I believe you. Come back. I have something to say. The shouts continued, but Jiang Hao had no intention of staying. Since his task was complete, there was no need for him to stay back. Moreover, if he stayed, wouldn't it give them a chance to go back on their word? It was better to keep his attitude and thoughts unknown so that he could leave them with doubts. The next time he visited, the person would be more careful and forthcoming. Otherwise, the old man might assume that there was no problem as long as he said something, even if it was a lie. The matter with Zhang Yang was urgent. Senior Sister Yin Sha and the others would soon talk with him and calm him down. Such a person probably wouldn't stay here for too long. However, it remained uncertain whether he would survive after returning to his sect. Previously, he was respected because of his strong cultivation realm, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, with only the primordial spirit realm, it was uncertain whether he could survive. That was how the cultivation world worked. A person might be reaching the heavens one day, but the next, they might be falling into the pits. After leaving the lawless tower, Jiang Hao went straight back to his residence. By now, things should be fine. He wanted to cultivate peacefully, tend to spirit herbs, and go back to his usual routine. It would be great if he could live peacefully for a few more years. Xiaoli had already returned to her house. The spirit beast lay sleeping at the edge of the heavenly fragrance, Tao, flower, and drooling. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard around. Jiang Hao felt content. It had indeed been a very tiring few months. First, there was Senior Qin Shun and the blood pool, then the mining due to the attack and the encounter with the Xinyuan sword. He was captured upon his return, forced to participate in Senior Sister's hunt, and further compelled to confront Yin Wei. In just a few months, he had encountered numerous incidents and formidable enemies. Now, he finally felt peace when he sat on a chair under the tree. Jiang Hao walked into his room and decided to sleep. He slept till dawn. When he woke up, the distant chirping of birds and sunlight streaming in from the window greeted him. Jiang Hao stood on the balcony and breathed in the fresh morning air. There's much less spiritual energy here today. He felt nostalgic. The spirit herbs from Baiyi had dispersed and led to a decrease in the spiritual energy here. The great battle of the sect had completely ended and left behind a mess to deal with. Every branch had its own issues, including the spirit herb garden, for which Jiang Hao was responsible. Cheng Chou couldn't handle everything, and now it was his turn to take over. However, such matters did offer a sense of relief. Constant fighting and killing were not what he wanted to do. Jiang Hao leaped down and headed toward the courtyard. He watered the heavenly fragrance Tao flower and other spirit herbs. He then lifted the spirit beast by the collar. He carried the drowsy beast and walked to the garden. On the way, the spirit beast didn't wake up. Jiang Hao threw it into the river. The beast was startled awake. It thought it was drowning. Jiang Hao remained silent and continued walking forward. The spirit beast asked, "Master, did someone drag me into the water?" Jiang Hao glanced at it but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "Middle stage of the Golden Core realm?" The spirit beast had advanced swiftly. Its speed of progress was not further behind Jiang Hao's own. Who knew what realm it would ultimately reach? Friends in the cultivation world are aware of my esteemed identity as Lord Beast, so my cultivation doesn't stop. When it's time to advance, you can also mention my name, Master. My friends in the cultivation world won't trouble you. Jiang Hao chuckled. He felt that Cheng Chou might actually take the spirit beast's name during his advancement. It couldn't hurt to try. What if it really worked? At the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao found Cheng Chou and began asking about the situation. The spirit herb garden was gradually returning to normal. Many people had gone to rest, and soon they could resume their usual activities. However, the issues were not entirely resolved. Many questions still needed to be addressed. Jiang Hao looked at the list and found over 50 individuals, all of whom he needed to visit personally. All right, Jiang Hao took the list and intended to visit them when he was free. Among the people, some were in the Foundation Establishment realm, others were in the Golden Core realm, and some Primordial Spirit realm. There were hardly any above the Primordial Spirit realm. It was very rare to find someone beyond the Primordial Spirit realm. They usually assigned the task of the garden to juniors at the Golden Core realm. After handling the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao visited some disciples. The Foundation Establishment realm disciples were very easy to talk to. As long as the follow-up compensation was in place, they were willing to let things go. They understood that what had happened was entirely unavoidable and didn't want Jiang Hao to worry about it. By afternoon, the matter was settled with all 5 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. Jiang Hao didn't visit them empty-handed. He gave each of them a 10,000 swords talisman. It wasn't that he couldn't resolve things without such gifts, but as a gesture of goodwill, especially considering his higher cultivation realm, it served as a means to appease them. The next day, Jiang Hao visited 7 Golden Core Realm disciples. 2 of them hadn't returned. The remaining 5 had a cultivation realm lower than his and were also quite easy to talk to. He also presented them with talismans. On the 3rd day, he visited 10 Golden Core Realm disciples. 3 were on missions, and 3 had been missing for a long time. Jiang Hao was quite moved. The Spirit Herb Garden had been concerned that these individuals might cause trouble. Yet, in the end, many of them didn't cause any issues at all. This was the way of the cultivation world. Nobody knew when someone close to them might disappear. Getting involved with primordial spirit realm disciples was troublesome for Jiang Hao. Previously, Qingqiu had been preoccupied because many of those people hadn't returned. Now most of them had come back. He would have to face these seniors one way or another. He had a lot on his plate, with no suitable seniors to help him out. Just as he was about to go, senior sister Lian Qin came looking for him. She said that some of the primordial spirit realm seniors had gone to their side to discuss the matter of the spirit herbs. They believed they could handle it, so Jiang Hao didn't need to make the trip. The unexpected help was surprising. It seems that Bai Yi is really making a gesture of goodwill. Soon, Jiang Hao was even more surprised to learn that even senior sister Lian Qin wanted to make up for the missing spirit herbs. This meant that Bai Yi's technique would come into effect again. This made Jiang Hao quite curious. What was Bai Yi up to? But there didn't seem to be any harm in it. He could only wait and watch. The matters with the Spirit Herb Garden were done. After that, days passed nicely. Half a year passed by swiftly. The next year, around early April, Jiang Hao visited the Lawless Tower again since he didn't have any other issues that needed his attention. He didn't have any gatherings to attend either. Over the course of 6 months, Jiang Hao grew increasingly calm. The restlessness brought about by reaching the late stage of the return to Void Realm was gradually subsiding. If he didn't stabilize his progress after such a rapid improvement in his cultivation, it might lead to trouble. So, he rarely ventured outside and seldom earned spirit stones. He simply engaged in routine activities. Over these 6 months, the things he saw remained unchanged. The only difference was that the natural beauty of the mountains had become more alluring. This brought joy to Jiang Hao. However, on this day, the spirit beast ran to him and informed him that a group of people wielding swords had arrived in the sect. Qingqiu also told him that the investigation of the ordinary non-cultivators had yielded results. Chapter 723. Shang and arrives. The arrival of the Mountain Sea Sword sect had no impact on Jiang Hao. Being the disciples of an immortal sect, they wouldn't suddenly cause trouble unless they had knowledge of the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl's activity. As Jiang Hao hadn't detected any activity from the Pearl, it was unlikely that they had either. The Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl granted an advantage. Since there was no change in that Pearl, it was improbable for the people of the Mountain Sea Sword sect to visit the sect. As for the matter Qingqiu was investigating, it had happened a long time ago and involved an ordinary non-cultivator. He and his family had self-destructed. What was the situation in that person's family? Jiang Hao asked. It was a family of 16, with only 2 children left alive. The rest were all killed, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao's face remained unchanged, and he calmly asked, "How were they killed?" It happened a few days before the incident in the Spirit Herb Garden. Some people openly killed and mutilated them, Qingqiu said. Jiang Hao frowned. After a long silence, he finally asked, "What about the 2 children? When I found them, one had a broken leg, and the other had a broken arm. The injury was likely inflicted by the assailants." They seem to want the children to barely survive, Changqiu said. Jiang Hao crouched down to tend to the spirit herbs. I see. What happened after that? I took them to a place affiliated with the Heavenly Notes sect, where they should be able to live as ordinary people, Changqiu said. Who was responsible for the attack? We still don't know. I remember that before he died, he wanted to go home. Jiang Hao said, yes, he wanted to go home. I was planning to ask the seniors to help him once they returned, but the opportunity never came. Changqiu sighed. Has the person been allowed to go now? Jiang Hao asked. Not yet. Considering the damage to the spirit herb garden, Changqiu hesitated. Only their clothes remain, right? Jiang Hao asked calmly. Yes. Changqiu nodded. Send them back, Jiang Hao said. He could make this decision, and no one would trouble him for it. As someone who wasn't even an outer sect disciple, nobody would want to offend a golden core realm. Changqiu nodded and went to handle it. Jiang Hao felt quite emotional. It wasn't just him. Others were trying to make a simple living in this terrible world. They had concerns and things they cared about. They could do a lot for a meal. However, being in the demonic sect, no matter how much they tried to avoid danger, they couldn't entirely evade it. They were at the mercy of fate and were unable to control anything that happened in their life. Jiang Hao couldn't do much in the face of these realities. Jiang Hao continued tending to the spirit herbs. Keeping a stable state of mind was essential for advancement. Immense power would make one arrogant. Living life calmly and rationally was the best approach. The future still held promise. In the southern region, in the hidden cloud prefecture, a man in a black robe was walking briskly. He only walked through less populated paths and avoided crowded areas. He stopped under the shade of a tree and looked ahead toward the distant mountains. At that moment, his ugly face was visible under the black robe. We're almost there. Shang En, who had come from the east, was following his heart's desire. He wanted to find a person and ask something. His master had once advised him to let go, cultivate the heartless Tao, and break through the immortal ascension platform. However, a woman had found him later. What you love is crucial to you, so why should that become a burden? Shouldn't that be the driving force behind your ascension? Why not let it help you break through the immortal ascension platform? She also said, don't cultivate the heartless Tao. Don't cultivate the compassionate Tao. Cultivate your inner path. Act according to your heart's desires. The heavenly Tao is right under your feet. Just take one step, and your path to immortality will be clear. He understood this and had come here. He pledged to take this step before returning. The Heavenly Notes sect. Shang muttered to himself. He had encountered many things on this journey and helped others as much as he could. The journey hadn't been easy, but he had finally arrived. He would be meeting more people later, so he put on a mask to avoid reacting emotionally due to other slander or criticism. He had experienced defamation and understood how it felt. Once acted upon, it was bound to lead to regret later. He glanced back as he walked. Someone had been looking for him, or perhaps someone was following him. Among them, there was a senior with a very strong ability. Despite having noticed his trail several times, the person didn't approach. However, they were leisurely following him from behind. Shang was grateful for this. He let out a sigh and continued to walk forward, but hesitated about what identity to use when visiting the Heavenly Notes sect. Logically, since they were a demonic sect, he should use a demonic identity. However, he was concerned that this might lead to unnecessary complications. Should he go with the identity of a disciple of the Clear Sky School instead? After walking for a while, Shang let out a faint sigh. In the end, he decided to use the identity of a disciple of the Clear Sky School. While the name of an immortal sect might command reverence, it was less likely to lead to unnecessary troubles. As he crossed over a mountain, he encountered two individuals, a man and a woman. The two of them appeared to be quite intimate and were probably a couple. One of them had a cultivation realm similar to his and exuded a stable aura. The other one was only in the middle of Soul Ascension realm, but she seemed strange. It was as if that realm wasn't her limit. It was possibly due to cultivation-related injuries. Since she didn't deliberately conceal her cultivation, they noticed him as well. After a short while, the two people approached him from a distance. The man said, "I am Mu Longyu, and this is my wife, Mi Lingwe. We were traveling together and didn't expect to encounter a fellow cultivator here." Mi Lingwe greeted him too. None of them expected that they would meet such a powerful individual while traveling. "I'm Shang and from the Clear Sky School," Shang said truthfully. Since he intended to visit using this identity, he didn't hide it. Clear Sky School. Mi Lingwe was astonished as she looked at Shang. It was none other than the extraordinary genius who had been causing a commotion recently. Mu Longyu found it hard to believe as well. They had randomly encountered a person who had such a background. "Fellow cultivator, where are you headed?" Mu Longyu asked. "The Heavenly Note sect," Shang said truthfully. "My wife and I are also headed that way. It just happens to be along the same route," Mu Longyu said with a smile. During their journey, Mu Longyu asked Shang on why he was going to the Heavenly Note sect. "I'm going to meet a friend," Shang said politely. "We are also going to meet a friend and ask him about some matters," Mu Longyu said with a smile. It seems we were fated to meet. They were going to find Heavenly King Hai Luo, whom they had saved before, only for him to get imprisoned in the lawless tower again. It infuriated other heavenly kings. Mi Lingwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, King Hai Luo needed to be taught a lesson. Chapter 724. The demonic sect is quite straightforward. Jiang Hao missed the peaceful life he had lived in these past few months. He never expected that the arrival of the Mountain Sea Sword sect would affect him this much. Today, he received an order from his master to go meet someone. At first, the instruction didn't seem that important, but he later found out that someone from the Mountain Sea Sword sect was looking for him. This took him by surprise. Shortly after, Jiang Hao arrived at his master's courtyard. There were only a few people present, including his master, Ku Wuchang, and 3 others. One of them looked somewhat familiar, while the other 2 were entirely unknown to Jiang Hao, but they seemed quite powerful. "Master," Jiang Hao bowed. Middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Zhuge Zheng was astonished and found it somewhat unbelievable. He had just recently advanced to the Golden Core realm himself, thanks to the fortuitous encounter with the Xianyuan sword. Otherwise, he would still be at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao looked at him and remembered something. This man owed him some spirit stones. "Friend Zhuge," Jiang Hao said, "when did you reach the middle stage of the Golden Core realm?" Zhuge Zheng asked. "A while ago. I was lucky," Jiang Hao said awkwardly. He hadn't expected that Zhuge Zheng would focus on his cultivation progress. It was something he preferred not to talk about. But Zhuge Zheng hesitated but didn't say anything more. Being lucky didn't always result in such rapid advancement, but everyone had their own unique opportunities. This kind of rapid progress was indeed quite remarkable and not as apparent at first glance. "These are the spirit stones I owe you, including the interest. It totals up to 3,000. Zhuge Zheng handed over the spirit stones. Jiang Hao felt delighted. "Thank you," he said, and returned the item Zhuge Zheng had left as collateral. He thought it would take much longer for him to retrieve his spirit stones. First, he had to be strong enough even to visit the Mountain Sea Sword sect. However, to his surprise, Zhuge Zheng paid him the spirit stones after just over a decade, which was a stroke of good fortune right now. The Mountain Sea Sword sect was located in the northern region, and the Divine Corpse sect was also in the north. While the Heavenly Note sect had a cooperative relationship with the Divine Corpse sect, there was still a grudge between the two. The northern region had already become a dangerous place, and there was no reason to go there. Jiang Hao thought that he would have to wait until he was strong enough to visit the Mountain Sea Sword sect and retrieve the spirit stones. Little did he expect that Zhuge Zheng would visit him and return it. "Then, can you show us around?" Zhuge Zheng asked. The 4 of them walked along the riverside in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. "What's your name?" "Jiang Hao." "Fu Dongshu asked. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "You don't need to be so formal with us," Fu Dongshu said. Although he agreed, he continued to show the same level of respect as before. He didn't dare to be arrogant in front of a senior like her, especially when she was someone from the Mountain Sea Sword sect. Do you have any corpse realm flowers here? Zhuge Zheng asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Can we take a look? Fu Dongxiu asked. Sure. Jiang Hao nodded. He took them to Mu Qi's house. The flowers were planted there. The flowers had shoots and leaves for now, but no flowers bloomed yet. They didn't know when they would bloom. It is indeed the corpse realm flower. Fu Dongxiu examined the flowers and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Hao asked. It's about to bloom, Fu Dongxiu said. About to bloom? Jiang Hao was surprised. You went inside the corpse realm with someone before, right? Who was it? Asked Zhuge Zheng. The Divine Corpse sect, Jiang Hao said truthfully. In that case, the people from the Divine Corpse sect will be here soon. Zhuge Zheng smiled. Jiang Hao thanked him. He hadn't expected the corpse realm flower to bloom again. In that case, he might also try to see if he could enter once again. There was a subsidiary realm inside the flower with a subrealm seal. However, this time, the blooming of the corpse realm flower might stir up some waves. The arrival of the Divine Corpse sect had caused quite a commotion before. Then, Jiang Hao remembered the conversation he had overheard in the corpse realm, which he still didn't fully understand, even though he had learned the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Maybe I can try asking Nan Gongyu or Gue later. Nan Gongyu is a member of the Heavenly Spirit tribe, and Gue had someone with her who knew a lot about the Heavenly Spirit tribe's history. Do you know about the Lawless Tower? Zhuge Zheng suddenly asked. I know a bit. Jiang Hao nodded. Jiang Hao remained vigilant. He was unsure of their intentions. Is it possible to get people out who have been captured? Zhuge Zheng asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Really? Zhuge Zheng and the others were somewhat surprised. They were just asking casually and intended to consult with other people as well. After all, they would be staying here for quite some time. Could you explain the process in more detail? Fu Dongxiu asked. We can also help with any cultivation difficulties. After some thought, Jiang Hao began explaining the difficulties he was facing in cultivation, which were related to Chengqiu. Although he knew the answers to the questions, he wanted to see if there were more advanced insights. Is this a foundation establishment realm cultivator advancing toward the golden core realm? Fu Dongxiu asked. Someone with those questions usually lacks natural talent. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. They're following a path of solidifying their foundation. While it's not bad, it's also not ideal. To advance to the golden core realm, there's another crucial element, spiritual agility, also known as mental energy. I can teach you a breathing technique called sword intent breathing method. It's an energy cultivation method that stimulates the body but can cause pain for those at the foundation establishment realm. These pains can be challenging to alleviate. Still, it can revitalize one's foundation and increase the chances of advancing to the golden core realm. She took out a book titled Sword Intent Breathing Method. Jiang Hao was surprised. He thought this would be a simple exchange, but she gave him something valuable and provided insights on how to improve his chances of reaching the golden core realm. Actually, entering the Lawless Tower isn't a big deal. It is not life-threatening. Rescuing someone from there is quite easy, Jiang Hao said. It's easy. This surprised the three of them. They had learned that Yin Zichen was here and had entered the Lawless Tower. It was said to be a place for detaining serious offenders. They hadn't expected that it would be so easy to rescue someone from there. Yes, it's easy, especially if the person isn't a target. As long as you have enough spirit stones, the Lawless Tower is more than willing to release them, Jiang Hao said seriously. Just spirit stones are enough? Zhuge Zheng asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Who should we contact? Zhuge Zheng asked. Elder Baiji of the White Moon Lake, Jiang Hao said. Is it possible to meet her directly? Zhuge Zheng asked. Yes. What do you call the process here? Zhuge Zheng asked. Redemption. The three of them were quite surprised. Redemption? The demonic sect was indeed very straightforward. This was beneficial to them. It meant that they could simply conduct a transaction. For example, if they couldn't obtain information themselves, They could entrust the demonic sect to inquire on their behalf in exchange for spirit stones. After that, the three of them bid farewell to Jiang Hao and began to plan their own affairs. Jiang Hao felt relieved. It seemed that they wouldn't keep an eye on him. He had also received this sword intent breathing method, which he could give to Cheng Chou. The Golden Core realm was within his reach, after all. Back at his residence, he took out the Leaf of Concealment. It might come in handy during his trip to the Corpse Realm. Chapter 725. Looks like there is a need for another interrogation. The Corpse Realm flower is about to bloom, and Shang is coming. I wonder if it's just a coincidence. Jiang Hao mused. With Shang's imminent arrival and the sudden blooming of the Corpse Realm flower, Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder about it. However, predicting the flower's blooming cycle was difficult, and Shang had set out several years ago. Jiang Hao sighed and decided not to think about it for now. There were no answers yet, and no one, not even Xing, knew Shang's purpose. Nonetheless, he knew he wouldn't be able to enter the Corpse Realm casually this time. To enter, you would need a shield and hide. The Leaf of Concealment was the best choice. He had appraised it a long time ago. Leaf of Concealment temporarily shields the user and prevents people from spying within a fixed range. Once withdrawn, it cannot be used for 3 days and will automatically deactivate when the spiritual energy is exhausted. It cannot move beyond its range. The main limitation was the fixed location, but for Jiang Hao, this wasn't a significant issue since he possessed the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman. As long as he was in a fixed location, he could use the leaf. If he had enough spiritual energy, he could keep the leaf active, and the range was sufficient for him to hide. However, the leaf was ineffective against the Hong Yuye. She was exceptionally powerful and hard to predict. The Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror could detect anything. But apart from these two exceptions, it should protect most other forms of detection. Half a year had passed, and there was no news from Fenghua or Yinshang. It was uncertain what they were thinking. Hai Ming was still in the sect, and they still had occasional interactions. It seemed that Hai Ming had lost interest in him, perhaps because the matter of the ancestral dragon's heart was no longer disputed. As for the fish, it hadn't returned since the last time it left. Jiang Hao couldn't do much about it. Regarding Fenghua, it wasn't going to be pleasant. Before, she was the one acting from the shadows, but now, he was in control. Unless she gave up her avatar, her mood wouldn't improve. That should be enough for now. Playing with the emotions of others came with consequences. However, getting her to reveal everything she knew was impossible. She might even launch a counterattack. But what Fenghua did had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to worry about any kind of retaliation. At the White Moon Lake, Baiji sat in the Rain Pavilion. "Friend, you've come unexpectedly. Is there something you need?" Baiji asked as she looked at the three visitors. Zhuge Jin was also seated, and he felt somewhat awkward. We don't have to address each other as peers. Only some seniors address each other as peers in our sect. You are a senior. We would not dare to be insolent. Baiji understood who he was referring to, but that senior insisted on lowering their status themselves. Now that this visitor was suggesting the same, she couldn't agree, nor could she disagree. Then let's not concern ourselves with titles. What brings you here, friend? Baiji asked. We're here for someone in the Lawless Tower, a former junior disciple, Zhuge Jin said. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't here to cause trouble. After all, previously, the Divine Corpse sect had tried to create conflicts, but fighting an immortal sect was a different matter entirely. An immortal sect was in a league of its own, even if there was a great distance between them. If an immortal sect decided to act, it would be catastrophic. The person is indeed in the Lawless Towers, Baiji said. We don't intend to rescue him, nor do we wish to interfere, Zhuge Jin said hurriedly. We're looking to obtain some information from him. So, all you need is information? Baiji asked. Yes, that's correct, Zhuge Jin said. They didn't plan to rescue the person, and whether he lived or died wouldn't affect their plans. Their main objective was to retrieve something important. Well, pay for the information, and if he can't provide the answers, we hope to meet with him, Zhuge said. Very well. Baiji agreed. This matter didn't pose any major issues. Getting the person to speak was the real challenge, especially considering that whatever the Mountain Sea Sword sect wanted would be far from ordinary. Een Zicken's betrayal was likely related to this. After seeing off the Mountain Sea Sword sect members, Baiji left the Rain Pavilion and headed to the highest point of the Heavenly Note sect. At the 100 Flowers Lake, she saw a woman in a red and white dress standing by the edge of the lake. She didn't want to interrupt, so she quietly waited behind. Time passed slowly, and Baiji remained patiently silent. It was only when the bright moon hung high in the sky that a calm voice finally said, "Do you have something important to discuss?" Hong Ye walked back to the pavilion, where a steaming cup of tea awaited her on the table. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. "I received information from Zhang Yang of the Sunset Immortal sect that suggests Feng Hua's true self may be in the vicinity of their sect. We've already initiated an investigation, but it's progressing too smoothly, so we're concerned it might be a decoy. In addition to that, we've found signs of the person's recent activities. It indicates that their mental state has been affected. It appears that someone else is targeting this person," Baiji respectfully said. "What have they been up to lately?" Hong Yu asked. "They've been operating within some smaller sections. They seem to be searching for something. It's somewhat peculiar because, despite appearing discreet, it feels like they're intentionally drawing attention. There's a good chance it's to try to lure someone out," Baiji said. Hong Yu frowned at the rising steam from the teacup. And then, "We are still observing the situation and are not taking action until we are sure. They seem to be aware of it. If we can capture the main body, we may learn many things," Baiji said. "Other than that," Hong Yu asked, "Azure Mountain is also regaining its strength, and it appears that a new power is being infused, likely from overseas sources. From some traces, it may be the work of one of the overseas heavenly kings." Baiji hesitated. "Due to the recent matters within the sect, we haven't fully investigated this yet." Hong Yu remained silent and gestured for Baiji to continue. "Jiang Hao has disappeared again, and I suspect he may be on the verge of advancement once again. It probably includes a particular opportunity," Baiji said. Hong Yu glanced at Baiji. "It seems he has good talent." Baiji lowered her head. She still didn't understand what the sect master wanted with Jiang Hao. Would she pay attention to him if he had poor talent? Chapter 726. There may be someone behind, Xiao. Li Baiji lowered her head and was momentarily unsure how to respond. She had never personally confirmed Jiang Hao's talent, but based on various factors, it seemed he was undoubtedly extraordinary, at the very least not as ordinary as mentioned in the sect's records. Even if his innate talent was truly average, there had to be something exceptional about him, considering the individual who highly valued him. However, since the sect master asked, she naturally had to answer. If we only consider the innate talent as recorded by the sect, Jiang Hao could be classified as above average. However, given his speed of advancement, he falls somewhat short of being at the top. Moreover, he must have had his own opportunities, and his methods are unconventional. His master recognized his abilities, but their relationship was strained because he was on the suspect list, which prevented him from receiving genuine teachings. The person behind him is paving the way for him, so this might not be his limit. It's just that we have been unable to find any relevant evidence, Baiji said. Hong Yu listened quietly. She casually picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea. After Baizi's explanation, she said, "What about the heavenly fragrance Tao flower? We are currently keeping an eye on everyone who came here for the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, but they haven't made a move lately. They seem to have lost interest, as if they have nothing more to worry about. Nonetheless, Zhuang Yuzhen still appears to be concerned and has requested to meet and see the flower to help with teaching some individuals," Baiji said. It was only right to let the lawless tower use whatever means they had to get information. But the heavenly fragrance Tao flower belonged to the sect master, and only she had the authority to decide who got to see it. Go and ask the person who planted the flower. Yes. Baiji nodded. This outcome was expected, as both Zhuang Yuzhen and the heavenly fragrance Dao flower were connected to Jiang Hao. If he agreed, there wouldn't be any issues. It would also make clear if Jiang Hao had any ulterior motives. I just heard from the people of the Mountain Sea Sword sect that the Corpse Realm flowers are about to bloom. The people from a Divine Corpse sect will definitely visit again. Should we continue to cooperate? Hong Yuye glanced at Baiji. Do as you see fit. Baiji nodded. It seemed that the sect master did not want to concern herself with these matters. She went on to report Een Ziken's situation, and once again, the sect master let her handle it as she saw fit. News has arrived from overseas that the end of all things seems to be doing something in the southern region. We have already begun to arrest them. If we capture someone useful, we can send our spies. This way, we can find out who is behind Azure Mountain and what their objective is. Recently, the Great Thousand Gods sect has also shown interest. Since it's challenging to locate Feng Hua's true self, maybe we can start from that sect, Baiji said. After that, she noticed a transparent object falling in front of her. It was a belt. Baiji understood that it was meant to be delivered to someone. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuye said calmly. Baiji hesitated for a moment. Jiang Hao has a junior sister named Shaoli. I have mentioned her before, and I have noticed that her strength is surprisingly high. She refers to Jiang Hao as her elder brother. Should we investigate her to find out who might be behind Jiang Hao? Is there any suspicion of her as an undercover agent? Hong Yuye asked. No. Baiji shook her head. In that case, there's no need to be concerned with her, Hong Yuye said. Baiji nodded. She realized that the sect master was mainly concerned with Jiang Hao, and there was no need to investigate those around him. In the Sky Cloud Island in the overseas region, Shangguan Qingsu walked through the mansion. She headed toward a quaint palace in the front. She entered the palace, where 3 elderly figures with exhausted faces were waiting for her. Did you say there's a way to suppress the curse? The leading elder asked. He had aged considerably, and his cultivation had gradually dwindled. It was all due to the curse. The higher one advanced, the more dreadful the curse became. After all, it took decades for a single session of seclusion, so who could complete it within 3 months? When they heard there might be a way to suppress the curse, they instinctively doubted it, but still had to inquire about the situation. Shangguan Qingsu planned to return much earlier, but she was delayed by matters within the sect. Now, she needed someone to assist her because she couldn't influence the person in question on her own. However, the influence of a family was different. Yes, I've seen it personally, Shangguan Qingsu said earnestly. What is the method? The lead elder, Shangguan Qiqing, asked. The method lies within a person. Which person? Shangguan Qingsu fell silent. She stared at the 3 people. They understood her intentions. What do you want? I have only one condition. If there are spots available, I must have one, said Shangguan Qingsu. No problem. Shangguan Qiqing nodded without hesitation. The other 2 elders also had no objections. Now, tell us who this person is, they said. Smiling Sansheng. Smiling Sansheng? I've heard his name before. Does he possess such an ability? In any case, he told me he's Smiling Sansheng and claims to have this ability. Where is he? He should be in the south. The 3 elders fell silent. The south was very far away. It would be incredibly challenging to locate this person. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have more information? Another elder asked. Shangguan Qingsu shook her head. Finding him in the south is harder than searching for a needle in the sea. However, if you want to secure a spot, you have to do something more. So, go look for him, Shangguan Qiqing said. All right, Shangguan Qingsu nodded. She turned back at the door. If I find him and also find out what can convince him, do you think he'll come back to tell you? Shangguan Qiqing didn't respond, and Shangguan Qingsu left. Shangguan Qingsu wanted to use them, and they could do the same in return. In the face of interests, there were no grudges. Shangguan Qingsu couldn't be certain that she would return, but they could catch up to her if they were just a step behind. It was about who would have the upper hand. However, could smiling San Sheng truly suppress their curse? This was still uncertain, but they were willing to take the gamble. Shang Un, along with Mu Longyu and Mi Lingwei, arrived at the Heavenly Note sect. "We're here. Do you want to go in together?" Mu Longyu asked. "Sure." Shang Un didn't refuse. "By the way, who are you here to see?" Mi Lingwei asked. "A friend named Jiang Hao. I have some questions and want to get answers from him," Shang Un said truthfully. Both Mu Longyu and Mi Lingwei were taken aback. Jiang Hao. Mu Longyu didn't know much about him, but Mi Lingwei was well aware of Jiang Hao's formidable reputation. He was a dominating figure on the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower, but she had never expected that Jiang Hao would know a legendary disciple from the Clearsky School. Chapter 727. Quite a grand display for a moment. Mi Lingwei felt tongue-tied. Jiang Hao seemed to know so many people. Logically, a golden core realm cultivator shouldn't be acquainted with so many powerful individuals. Now, there were 2 heavenly kings who recognized him, and they didn't dare to underestimate him. Even the extraordinary genius from the Clear Sky School knew him. With just that, he had already surpassed countless other golden core realm cultivators. Moreover, the fact that he could navigate the 5th floor so easily indicated his uniqueness. He must have a formidable figure behind him. There must be someone behind him who must have passed him the information that she and Mu Longyu had a child together. Heavenly King Hai Luo, Zhuang Yuzhen, and the others in the Lawless Tower couldn't escape his control. "Do you also know him?" Shang Un asked her. "Yes, we do." Milanju nodded. "We've had a few encounters with him in the past." Shang Un nodded. "Who are you here to see?" "An old friend. One of the heavenly kings," said Mu Longyu. He didn't hide it. Being forthright and honest was the best approach. Shang Un nodded. He seldom left the sect and had very limited knowledge of the outside world. Most of what he knew was about the northern regions, where he had grown up. In the past few years, he had traveled more than he had in the previous 200 years. Soon, they arrived at the large formation. A middle-aged man landed in front of the formation. "Greetings to the 3 esteemed guests. May I ask why you've come here?" The auras emanating from the 3 of them were far beyond what he could face. So, he had to show proper respect. "I am Shang Un of the Clear Sky School. I wish to meet someone here," Shang Un said courteously. Mu Longyu remained silent and waited. Upon hearing this, the man guarding the formation was taken aback. Please wait here," the middle-aged man said hastily and hurried away. After a short wait, an elderly man followed him. When he saw Shang Un and Mu Longyu, he broke into a cold sweat and immediately ordered someone to notify the branch master. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. The branch leader is on his way. In the meantime, is there anything I can assist you with?" The old man said hastily. He sensed immense pressure. Although he didn't know who the masked person was, he knew they were anything but ordinary, especially when Mu Longyu stood beside him. This meant that the masked person possessed incredible power. "You don't need to inform the branch leader. We only wish to meet someone," Shang Un said politely. Jiang Hao, as usual, was watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He watered all the other spirit herbs as well. The spiritual energy had returned to its past glory and perhaps even exceeded it. This was likely due to Bai's cultivation technique showing progress. Recently, he had visited the valley outside the 100 Bones forest, and the other party's cultivation hadn't changed. He was still at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. However, Jiang Hao had already advanced to the late stage of the return to Void Realm. Now, he didn't need to keep such a close eye on him and could afford to check in once every year or two. There were 2 individuals practicing the Blood Wish path, and Jiang Hao had glanced at them a few times. So far, they were still working on the introductory part of the technique. One of them was on the verge of crossing the threshold, while the other hadn't yet begun, and Jiang Hao wasn't sure when they would start. It was uncertain which of the 2 would advance further in the end. So, he continued to observe them. After watering the plants, Jiang Hao woke up the spirit beast and headed toward the spirit her garden. While the members of the Mountain Sea Sword sect had contacted him, it didn't affect his daily life. He could continue with his normal activities as if nothing had changed. It had been a long time since their last gathering, which struck Jiang Hao as unusual. However, when he listened to the conversation between Gue and the others, it seemed they weren't worried about it. After all, there had been periods lasting half a year or longer when they hadn't gotten in touch with each other before. Occasionally, they would chat there, but they didn't discuss anything particularly important. They mainly talked about what they'd seen and heard. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao stopped thinking about it. "Master, look, there is a fish here." "My friend said it's good to eat fish in the afternoon," said the spirit beast. The spirit beast dove into the river and managed to catch the fish. Jiang Hao thought it was about time to reward the beast. In the past, he used to have treats to keep it happy, but now it doesn't need so much. The spirit beast had to be rewarded properly, though. However, as he approached the garden, he suddenly sensed a change in the atmosphere. There were many more powerful individuals present, with members of the law enforcement hall standing nearby. Even Lu Xingchen was there, but he didn't come over to chat with Jiang Hao. He was just observing the situation. "What's going on?" Jiang Hao's heart raced. Everything seemed strange. The spirit beast also sensed it. "Master, I feel that the spiritual energy around here is not giving me any respect, and these people are not showing me any respect either. Is it because you're not working hard enough?" Jiang Hao paid no attention to the beast and walked inside. Since the people didn't stop him, it meant he could go in. What kind of person would warrant such a grand display? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He hadn't received any information, which was unusual. It was unexpected. The people from the Mountain Sea Sword sect who came to see him didn't act this dramatically. Who could be so influential? Jiang Hao approached cautiously. At that moment, Lu Xingchen walked over to him. "Senior brother." Jiang Hao whispered, "What's going on?" "Junior brother Jiang, you..." Lu Xingchen hesitated. Jiang Hao could see from his reaction that this was somehow related to him. "Have I done something wrong?" Jiang Hao asked. "Not really, but someone asked to see you, and their aura is incredibly powerful, so we have to take it seriously." "Who is it?" Jiang Hao was genuinely surprised. So many people had come. It was no longer just about cultivation realms. The members of the Divine Corpse sect and the Mountain Sea Sword sect hadn't received this kind of attention. "That's a question for you to answer, junior brother," Lu Xingchen said. After that, he stepped aside to let Jiang Hao enter. The situation drew attention from everyone, which was something that Jiang Hao strongly resented. However, he had to brace himself to go in. It didn't feel right to turn back. As he entered, Jiang Hao saw his master in conversation with a black-robed man, who was explaining the details of the garden. The peak master of the law enforcement peak, Chung Lu, was also present. What was most surprising was the man in the black robe. His presence emitted a kind of light that made people feel calm. It was impressive. Jiang Hao finally recognized him. It was Shang'an. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something and turned to look. He smiled warmly. "Friend Jiang, it's been too long." In an instant, Jiang Hao felt like he was bathed in the radiance of a sage. It covered his entire being. It was a profound sensation, as if the thoughts of an immortal were descending upon him. Shang'an was about to break through to the immortal ascension platform. Chapter 728. Conversation with Shang and Jiang Hao stood still as everyone looked at him. He felt as though there was a knife at his back. Shang was practically pushing him into a fire pit. But since things had come to this point, he could only do his best to respond. In the face of such a formidable figure, he needed to show respect. "Greetings, senior." He bowed in greeting and dared not speak further. Instead, he waited. As an inner sect disciple, he didn't have the qualifications to voice his opinions. Shang gazed at the person in front of him. He seemed to have a lot to say, but he knew it wasn't the right time to ask questions. He politely asked Ku Wu Chang if he could go out for a stroll. No one objected. Ku Wu Chang told Jiang how to show Shang and around the cliff of broken hearts. Jiang Hao nodded in response. His master's instructions were symbolic, but everyone knew that Shang and didn't come here to look around the cliff of broken hearts. After that, Jiang Hao asked Shang if he would want to go out for a walk. Shang and didn't refuse. It was only when the two of them disappeared from sight that Ku Wu Chang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This person was truly extraordinary. They had heard of Shang An's reputation. He possessed the sage's heart and was a prodigy of the Clear Sky School. He was often compared in status and power to the one with the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. His importance was self-evident. As members of the demonic sect, they couldn't help but worry about someone like him. Jiang Hao walked along the riverside and occasionally provided information about the surroundings. He had been prepared for Shang An's arrival many years ago, but he still didn't know how to face it. Shang An's power far exceeded his expectations. It hadn't been like this before. "Is there no one here?" Shang suddenly asked. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. There are a few people in that direction toward the mountain peaks ahead. This was a secluded path. Occasionally, people walked through this path, but most of the time, it was deserted because the spiritual energy here was very light. Only people who wanted some privacy came here. Shang An's aura of sainthood had already shone through, and he was doing it intentionally. Even if it was from far away, someone would definitely notice. They would leave as soon as possible. Shang felt relieved. "Have you seen me before?" "I have." Jiang Hao nodded. He had seen the real Shang and understood his capabilities. It was remarkable that someone like him had not turned out evil. It was truly impressive. If it were him, he might not be as calm and generous as Shang was at present. "In that case, I'll take off my mask." Shang placed his hand on the mask. Jiang Hao gazed at him, and soon saw the grotesque face appear beneath the mask. For him, who was accustomed to fellow cultivators, it was quite shocking. Although he wouldn't show it, others might not react the same way. There would undoubtedly be murmurs and whispers in private. If one felt inferior and resentful, it would be the beginning of an irreversible disaster. When they came to their senses, they would realize that they had killed many people around them. It would be a path of no return. But Shang didn't choose that path. Jiang Hao understood why Shang liked the charm goddess. It was not because of her allure. That had no effect on him. It was because she never reacted to his face. She even liked how he looked. For Shang, that was freeing. No wonder he had gone looking for her. Sometimes, Jiang Hao wondered what Shang would have done if Jiang Hao had been strong enough to kill the charm goddess. When he was mining, he had banished her countless times, but never managed to truly kill her. She was powerful, and someone had prepared a backup for her, which made it impossible to kill her. There was another question. If Shang had rescued Charm Goddess, would he still provoke him? Would he kill her or not? If he did, would it make him an enemy of Shang? Jiang Hao came to a conclusion. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. "Did I scare you?" Shang asked apologetically. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. This person made him feel that Charm Goddess really didn't deserve a man like Shang no, Senior. He had been surprised, but he hadn't been scared. "I was supposed to die." Shang put his hand down from the mask. "Back then, did I see you?" Jiang Hao remained silent and didn't want to answer that question. "I remember it was you," Shang said. "I begged you to save her." Jiang Hao still didn't speak. It was true that he had been begged, and Jiang Hao had agreed. But he only agreed to reassure Shang. He had then sealed her away. There was no way he would actually save her. Shang didn't speak, but continued walking forward. Jiang Hao followed him. They climbed the mountain and finally sat on a large rock at the edge of the cliff. "Thank you," Shang suddenly said. Jiang Hao looked over with some surprise. "You seem quite surprised," Shang said. "Yes, a bit." Jiang Hao nodded. "Why did you save me?" Shang asked earnestly. "Because I wanted to," Jiang Hao said. "Is there no other reason?" Shang asked. "I just wanted you to live," Jiang Hao said calmly. Shankin was a Zood person, and what he had done had touched him. It was as simple as that. Shang didn't press further on the matter, and simply gazed ahead. "Do you know why I wanted to thank you?" he asked. "I don't know." Jiang Hao shook his head. He hadn't thought about it. "Shouldn't I be thanking the one who saved my life? It's been many years since then. I have been very ungrateful, said Xiang'an with a smile. You want to thank me because I saved your life? Jiang Hao looked at him in surprise. Actually, it's more than that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been taken away by my master, wouldn't have had my epiphany, and wouldn't be in my current realm, Xiang'an said seriously. I was unwilling to take that step. I hadn't seen you yet. Me? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Wasn't it because of the charm goddess? In his understanding, Xiang'an couldn't take that step because he was unwilling to let go of the charm goddess. But now it seemed different. Yes, the reason I could join the Clear Sky School was because of you. So I wanted to ask you why you did it and express my gratitude, Xiang'an said. I see. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. After a pause, Xiang'an said, I know you don't like Little Mei. Then, why did you want me to save her? Jiang Hao asked. I didn't have any grievances against you. You seem like a very reliable person, Xiang'an said. You're not someone who could be easily influenced by outsiders. Don't you feel resentment toward me? Jiang Hao asked. I did. Xiang'an nodded. I blamed you. But what right do I have to blame you? Without you, I would have died. It's just that sometimes I can't help but think, what if you had saved Little Mei instead? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.